Hello. Yeah. So that was me. My name is Srishti Kesi, and I'm from Nepal, the founder president of Blind Rocks, and also 2012 Kanthari graduate, and going to be your host for today and tomorrow's.
One second. I'm sorry. Please stop.
Huh?
Srishti, I think you
What?
forgot that you also have a co-host.
Oh.
My name is my name is Nora Cosmos, and I work in Kanthari as the intake coordinator. So, can we?
Welcome to Kanthari Talks 2022. And yes, Kanthari Talk is back again, and this time we are in our own beautiful campus, which is just at the shore of Balagan Lake. And we are very delighted to have people watching us from all around the world through our live streaming channel. And also we are very, very grateful to the live audience present here. So we have today and tomorrow 16 participants who will be sharing the spicy and inspiring speeches. So this is the 13th edition of Kanthari Talk. And before we big bang our Kanthari Talk, Nora, shall we talk a little bit about Kanthari?
Srishti, you have been a part of Kanthari and Kanthari Talks for the past 10 years,
Yeah.
right? You are also an alumni from the 2012 batch. I think you are the best person to tell us about Kanthari.
Okay then. So Kanthari is a leadership institution that offers 10-month lasting experiential learning for the people coming from the margin of the society. Actually, they come from all around the world and from diverse background. Some have PhD, others have no formal education at all. Some are blind and disabled just like me, others have no disability at all. And this does not matter. All it matters is the sense of ownership, motivation, and passion to create a social impact in their own community. This process, we call it as change from within.
It is also important that we talk about the impact facilitated by the Kanthari program all over the world.
Yeah.
So far, we have trained over 240 change makers from 50 different countries. This has resulted in 150 plus registered organizations that are creating amazing impact in the lives of marginalized communities all over the world.
And every year we take 15 participants, and our Kanthari course is divided into 3 phases. The first one is even before they arrive here at Kanthari campus. It's from their own home country, and it happens virtually. The second phase is actually when they arrive here at Kanthari campus, which lasts for 7 months. And the third or the final is again when they go back to their own home country to implement their project through the Kanthari mentorship program.
Our participants address many different social issues ranging from environment, alternative education, disability, LGBTQIA+ rights, women empowerment, food diversity, and so on.
Yes, so Nora?
Yes?
I think it's time to invite our co-founder
Yes.
to listen something
Yes,
from
it
about
is.
Kanthari.
Yes, please let us invite Sabriya Henberken, co-founder of Kanthari, to speak a few words.
Okay, yeah, thank you very, very much. Thanks for the intro. And I would like to quickly talk about the name. You know, naming a project or naming one's organization is one of the very, very important topics that we have here today. And we normally only train people in mainly what we did wrong. And I must say, we had a lousy name in the very beginning. Our name was IISE. No, it's not the South Indian Church. The actual full name is International Institute for Social Entrepreneurs. It's a mouthful. Nobody could remember it. It was horrible. So then somebody told us, why don't you think about your vision again? Why don't you think about the profile of your participants? And that's what we did. We sat down, and then we thought, they are fiery. They are not everybody's darling. They are challenging the status quo. They are from the margins of society. And at one point, I was sitting here on the balcony, having my biryani, and I was biting into something. And I was jumping up. And somebody started to laugh, and I was saying like, what's happening here? Because sweat was running down my face. And the person said, well, nothing important. You just bit into a Kanthari. And there it was. That's our name. Now, a Kanthari, for all those who don't know, a Kanthari is a very small but very spicy chili. And and this chili is not only spicy, it's also healthy. And the interesting part of this chili is it grows in the backyards of Kerala. It grows wild and it grows straight up. And that's therefore the perfect symbol for somebody who has fire in the belly and who has the spice and the guts to challenge the status quo, and who is from the margins of society, so who really firsthand learned about the problem. And then, of course, somebody who doesn't have to be everybody's darling. Now, whenever somebody of these Kantharis, we call them Kantharis, these change makers, are having their big dreams and are saying them out loud, and people say, hey, come on, you're too small. Stay on the ground. Don't grab for the stars. They just can say, just bite into a Kanthari, and you will see a small chili can make a huge difference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sabriya. And I feel also proud to be a Kanthari. So, Nora, I think our audience can't wait to listen to our speakers.
Yes, but before that, I think we should introduce our panel members for the session.
Yes.
For each session, we have a team of panelists present here with us and a team of panelists that will be joining us online. First, I would like to start with Archana Gopinath. She is a social entrepreneur and founder of two of Trivandrum's very own community projects, The Reading Room and Where in Trivandrum. The Reading Room is a community space focused to provide a safe forum for creative expression and discussions for all, with workshops and activities for children designed to strengthen their communication skills, creative expression, and to instill a love for books. The main focus is to create awareness, empathetic community leaders of the future. Where in Trivandrum, on the other hand, is a highly popular and community-driven Facebook group where its members can seek and provide help regarding all things Trivandrum. Archana was also a project manager in the construction industry for 14 plus years and have led projects including the National Games.
Welcome, Archana.
Present here with us, we also have Soni Sabina. She has volunteering experience with Action Council Velarada, a non-governmental organization, right from her childhood. She worked with Saki Women's Resource Center in Trivandrum and Initiatives Women in Development in Chennai. She is a 2013 Kanthari's graduate as well, and she worked as an intake coordinator. Hi, at Kanthari. Right now, she is the ICDS supervisor in the Women and Child Development Department in Kerala.
Happy to see you, Soni. Welcome you.
Let us now get to know our online panelists. First on the panel, we have Shreya Parikh. Shreya is a highly decorated solution journalist with 10 years of experience in documenting lesser reported stories of social change. She has covered over 1,000 stories from different parts of India and neighboring countries. She is the founder at the Stories of Change.
Welcome you, Shreya. Hello there.
Hi everyone, I'm really excited to be part of Kanthari Talks again this year. I had a wonderful time last year and I'm really looking forward to all the participants.
Thank you, Shreya.
Our next panelist is Njeke Joshua from Cameroon. Growing up, experiencing the worst days of hunger in an orphanage inspired him to found Peace Crops in 2019. He uses agriculture empowerment workshops as a peace-building tool. This gave him the opportunity to work with war-affected communities, orphanages, prisons, schools, and other entities across war-affected communities in Africa. Njeke is also a 2019 Kanthari alumni. He has already carried out a series of peaceful environmental conservation projects empowering individuals and communities.
Welcome you, Joshua. Hello there.
Hello, everyone. I'm really happy to be part of this wonderful and historic event. Being on that stage in 2019 changed my life completely, and I hope that it will change the life of those that will be saying their dream speech as well today. So let's get it going. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joshna.
Also on the panel, we have Abhijit Sinha. He is the founder of Project DeFi and a 2015 Kanthari graduate. Project DeFi enables learners all around the world to take charge of their own learning and decide their own lives by creating self-learning spaces called Nooks within marginalized communities across Asia and Africa.
So welcome you, Abhijit.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Lovely being here again. I have with me actually answer as well. So it's one-on-one free offer. She's a Kanthari as well from 2015. So very happy to be here and really looking forward to the dream speeches. Thank you so much.
Last but not the least, on the online panel, we also have Odinayo Aliyu joining us from Nigeria. She is an educator, development worker, and chartered project manager. She is a 2018 Kanthari and the founder of Bramble Network, a non-profit organization creating alternative learning spaces in rural and marginalized communities. Bramble leads international conversations to transform the education sector in Nigeria. She has received national and international recognitions for her work. Odinayo is on a mission to democratize access to education and opportunities for children that are situated on the margins of society.
Welcome you, Odinayo.
Thank you so much. I'm happy to be here today to witness the transforming dream speeches that every one of you will be sharing. And I hope that after this particular experience, you go on to change the world. Thank you.
Okay.
So Nora, can we now
Yes.
listen to speeches?
Yes, please do us a favor, and before that, tell us the format of the event.
Oh yes, I'm always so excited. So like today and tomorrow we have total 16 speakers, but today only 8 of them will be presenting. Each of them has 10 minutes to present the speech, which will be followed by question and answer, which is also for 10 minutes. But to keep ourselves on time, we have a timekeeper over there. Hello, timekeeper, can you just ring the bell? So we can hear your bell? Yes. So when you hear this bell in the beginning, that means the speech time has started. Once you hear the bell again, that means the time is over. So because you will hear the time ding bell at the 10th minute, and then which will be followed by question answer for another 10 minutes. Yes.
Yes, and after each speaker, we will be showing a short film. This short film is a documentary about our Kanthari graduates who have already realized their dreams.
Yes, so that we know that Kanthari Talk is not just a talk. I want a little bit talk about our speakers, you know, Nora?
Yes, please.
Because like for many of them are non-native speaker and it's even their very first time to be on the stage. And many of them have overcome the challenges that they are going to address it today.
Yes, but to have a smooth running of the event, here are a few instructions for all of us. The speeches will be recorded so that they can be published online later. To have a smooth recording of the event and so that it's not disturbed, I would request every one of us present here with us to either switch off your mobile phones or put it on flight mode. Also, another request is to not walk in and out of the auditorium when the participant is presenting their speeches.
Yes, also I'm sure you all might be very tempted to click the pictures, but please do not do that. We have our official photographer who will be clicking all the pictures and all the pictures will be shared with you online later. And now I'm also going to tell you one very important thing. So in a while, you might need to use the restroom. So our first restroom is, we have very eco-friendly toilets, by the way. So the first one is just in the academic block. Academic block is when you just enter from the stage just to the right building, that's the academic block. Or the other one is just to the right of my stage, there's the eco-friendly toilet. So to keep our eco-friendly toilet eco-friendly, I would like to request all the gentlemen also present here to sit for both number 1 and number 2.
Yes, thank you for that, Shrishti. We will also be taking a short break of 30 minutes between every session, but I will also request all of us to be back seated on our seats before the next session starts, about 5 minutes before every session starts.
Yes, and now it's time to start our Kanthari Talks 2022. And for today, our first
One
speaker.
second, 1 second. I'm sorry.
Again, what happened, Nora?
No, you do this all the time.
What?
Wasn't that my line?
Come on, Nora. Now, does it matter?
Yes, it matters. We made a script. We know who is introducing whom.
Oh,
Yeah.
Nora, come on. Now, just be professional. Just
Okay.
improvise.
Okay.
You know,
This, the smallest of conflicts can cause a huge war. And I know the perfect person who can solve this between us. Please put your hands together in applause for Nduku Louis Tebi from Cameroon.
It was on Monday, the 16th of July, 2018, by 6:30 a.m., when I was walking along a path to the University of Bamenda. Of a sudden, young men of my age group surrounded me. They placed guns at my head. They blindfolded me, and they whisked me off on a bike into a compound in the forest. They were rebels, and this was their camp. Seated in the center was a woman they called the Queen Mother. In front of her was a pot. On both sides were 6 sticks decorated with freshly cut human heads and caps of different corps of the military in Cameroon. The Queen Mother prepared charms for the rebels. She was the main decision maker in the camp. The fate of all hostages in the camp were in her hands. She decided who will be killed, who will be tortured, or who will be released on ransom. For a period of 14 days, I was tortured under my feet with a machete. I even witnessed firsthand how a military man in captivity was pierced multiple times with a knife, and he died right in front of me. All these violent scenes happened in Cameroon, where militants are advocating to create a breakout state they call Ambazonia. Before the recruitment of these young people as rebels and child soldiers, their minds are radicalized by parties to the conflict, and their activities are destructive to the society. Cameroon is a bilingual country, having English and French as official languages. However, beyond linguistic differences, Cameroon has 80% majority French-speaking population having the political power, and 20% minority English-speaking population having natural resources. Over time, a conflict of interest between these parties have escalated in what we today call the Anglophone crisis. For 6 years counting, we have experienced insecurity, killings, and loss of human life. Our educational sector has also been seriously hampered. A report by UNICEF states that over 855,000 children have been deprived access to education in Cameroon due to the conflict. Since the year 2016, we have been experiencing ghost towns every Monday. You all experience COVID-19 lockdowns, right? However, it's completely different in our context. Because on ghost town days, Mondays, even if I am hungry and I have money, I cannot rush to the market to buy food. The stores are all closed. Even if I am sick, I cannot be rushed to the hospital for medical attention. Why? Because the rebels and the military are likely engaging each other on the battlefield, so it's not safe. Having experienced all the violence, I was asking myself, what are some of the causes? I realized that we have many root causes and remote causes to the conflict. However, I was interested in three aspects. Ignorance. Our young people lack basic problem-solving methodologies. As a result, conflicts they are facing within and without easily escalate into violent scenes. Unemployment is also playing a great role in our context. They say an idle mind is the devil's workshop. At this state, our young people are vulnerable to radical cause. We also have the propagation of hate speech online and offline, which is contributing to escalate violence in Cameroon. Having experienced all of this, I decided to take action. So I founded my organization called Zuma Africa. The word Zuma comes from the Zulu language, which means to connect. So through our activities, we'll be connecting the dots between violence, war, hunger, climate change, and peace. The long-term goal of Zuma Africa is to create a peace education academy in Cameroon where young people from across Africa will come together and learn basic problem-solving methodologies. However, for a start, we are going to run peace-building trainings. In this regard, I created a curriculum and built it around 4 animals known in the African context. During our trainings, we are going to start with the rabbit. The rabbit is peaceful in nature, and our beneficiaries have gone through war and violence. At this phase of our training, we are calming down their minds. Then we are going to move over to the elephant phase. The elephant does not forget, and just like the elephant, the internet also does not forget. We are going to empower our beneficiaries with tools to combat digital harm and contribute to digital safety. Then we'll move over to the dolphin phase. There are stories of the dolphin collaborating with human beings whose boats capsized in the ocean to safety. In this process, we would like to equip our beneficiaries with tools and skills to work in solidarity and rescue our society. We are going to end with the guinea pig. The guinea pig symbolizes new beginning and growth. We would like to collaborate together and rebuild our society that has been shattered by war. I was very, very interested in peace building. So I carried out a research with Kantharis across Africa who are ethical social change makers running projects all across the continent. Through my research, I learned that in South Africa, using the Ubuntu peace and reconciliatory process, South Africans fought against apartheid. Next door in Zimbabwe, with the use of community forums, inhabitants manage conflicts at communal level using community mediation processes. In Rwanda, using the truth and reconciliatory process, Rwandans are emerging from the effects of a genocide they experienced in the early 1990s. Let me tell you about a peace plan widely known all across Cameroon. It is called the Nkeng. When young people are protesting on the streets, they hold the Nkeng as a sign of non-violence while advocating for a common cause. Also in the community, when there are conflicts, the parties are invited for a mediation process, and at the end, they are handed this Nkeng to return home with it as a sign of commitment to the terms of the mediation process. During our trainings for Zuma Africa, we plan to make good use of the Nkeng to support our beneficiaries access justice and reconciliation with one another. Africa as a continent has a rough history. We have often been told what is right or wrong and how we should manage our own conflicts. Unfortunately, it is not working for us in some cases. I do believe that we African youths can build up our own methodologies based on our values, our culture, our philosophies, and the reality of our time. In this process, we are going to solve our problems today, solve problems of the future, and inspire the rest of the world. Thank you very much.
Excuse me. I think we can start with our offline panelists. Soni, do you have a question?
Yes. Thank you for your presentation. So what I understand is basically you want to start a training center for youth in Africa, right?
Exactly.
I think that's a very good thing. But at the same time, apart from the training center, what else Suma Africa is planning to do for the youth to solve all these issues you said?
In our training center, we are going to be running many activities and trainings. Trainings on income-generating activities to support access to jobs and supporting our beneficiaries to create employment for other young people. We are going to be running trainings as well on conflict transformation in general. I'm talking about conflict analysis, conflict management, conflict transformation, mediation, amongst many others. We are going to be running advocacy programs with our curriculum to support our government make peace education compulsory for all young people in the educational sector. We have many plans, and we shall start one step at a time.
So you want to start with the training center.
Exactly.
The other things will follow later.
Gradually, we shall expand our activities.
Okay. One more question. For example, you are running your training program for 2 years. Then how will you measure the success of your project?
Each project has evaluation mechanisms we have put in place. So during workshops, for example, we have pre- and post-workshop evaluation forms that will be passed out. At the end of the training, we are going to have evaluation from the participants that will support us improve on our curriculum and our methodology in passing on our interventions. We are also going to carry out interviews with our beneficiaries in the short term and long term to see the changes in their behavior and get testimonies from their family members that could serve as ethical stories that will support us know how impactful our activities are for the short term and for the long term.
Okay. Over to you, Archana.
Hi, that was a really nice presentation. My question to you is, first of all, can I ask what age group are you focusing on?
I'm focusing on the youths between 18 and 35 years of age.
Okay, okay. So, because I was reading your profile and it said that a lot of times the issue happens when these youngsters are sort of taken away or kidnapped, or and then they are sort of indoctrined into the whole process of the violence and all of that, right? Is there any way you can think of trying to prevent that by catching them early? So you start young, you work with younger kids. Do you think that's possible?
It's very, very possible. However, our target group for Zuma Africa is 18 to 35. In the meantime, we are advocating with our curriculum to see our government enshrine peace education as a subject for all children, both in the primary and secondary educational sector. It will support preventive approaches to conflict or violence than preventive as in our context.
Okay, so when it comes to 18 to 35, that's an age group where a lot of youngsters would want to sort of move on, find other options, you know, maybe even leave the country, go to other places, work and all of that. How do you get them to, like, what would be their reason to come to Zuma Africa? Like, how would they come for the training?
The first pilot project we have has internally displaced young people as our target beneficiaries. There are young people who have been displaced by the war from the hinterlands into Bamenda, the center where we'll be running our activities. At this stage, they're idle first. They're all interested in contributing to peace building because they're victims of the circumstance. And they are willing to acquire skills to contribute to this peace building. On weekly and monthly basis, they are part of village meetings in the city. So we'll go through these village meetings, sensitize about our project and opportunities, and get them registered. Through the applications, we'll select our beneficiaries.
All right. Thank you and all the best to you.
Thank you very much.
Let's take a question from Shreya.
Hi, congratulations on a very smooth dream speech. Very well spoken. My question and concern here is that there's too many things going on here. Like you're focusing on conflict management, you're focusing on digital literacy, then there's disaster management, there's also aspect of environmental conservation, and each of these topics require like very in-depth research, very in-depth interventions to create any sort of substantial impact. So although your idea does sound really great to hear and to see, but what do you say about the practicality and the execution of this and actually being implemented on the ground? What do you think, how successful will it be and how will you do it?
I think our project activities will be very successful, considering the fact that we are working with a team of young people dedicated to the cause, and we are going to recruit consultants and facilitators who are experts in different domains to support our training activities. In this drive, we are going to achieve our goals.
Is there a one specific angle or topic that you want to focus more on, or you want to do everything together? Is there one particular focus point?
Each project activity will be executing as an association of young people has a particular focus. For example, if you went through my budget, you realize that I have 2 pilot projects. One focuses on training of peace weavers, who are the internally displaced young people I spoke of. And the second has to do with training on trauma healing for survivors of gun violence. That has a different focus. That's about healing, supporting those who have gone through first-hand trauma and supporting them to reintegrate back to society smoothly. In the long term, we'll create very simple but impactful projects that will meet different needs of our climatic areas.
Okay, all the best.
Thank you.
Can we have the next question from Joshua?
Hey, Doko, wonderful inspiring speech. My question is, what is the connection between forest and peace building to the civil unrest in Cameroon? Because we both know that the main cause of the civil unrest in Cameroon is not deforestation. So I want to know the connection. And again, we all understand that the forest is one of the hiding places where the rebels are creating their camps. So how are you going to assure us that the forest that you will be creating will not be used as part of the as a camp for the rebels?
Okay, thank you very much for your question, Joshua. Cameroon as a country is facing multiple forms of conflicts. In the north, it is Boko Haram insurgency. Here, environmental factors are playing a very important role. Maybe I give the connection between climate change, peace, and violence. Most of the times we experience droughts in the north, where I was teaching. Droughts result in limited use in food. And when there is lack of food, people go hungry, get angry, and respond violently. Most of the recruitment of Boko Haram combatants in the north is as a result of this. This is why I decided to add environmental action to my peace strive. In the northwest region of Cameroon, we have combatants who are fighting for a political goal. The forest, basically in the northwest region, is almost completely destroyed for the moment because it is a grass-filled area. We have more of greener pastures than trees that are very, very important to our society. A tree is a source of food, a source of medicine, a source of timber for construction, a source of, habitat for our birds and our animals that all contribute to the ecosystem. Supporting them live healthily and in, an admirable state will support humans also enjoy that same geographical environment. And also training the young people to avoid going into violent activities will stop them from becoming rebels in the longer term. So we are approaching the problem in a holistic manner from different perspectives, and hopefully we'll achieve our goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any more questions? Sony, thank you.
If your organization is offered a financial grant by a corporate company from India, will you accept it?
It depends on the corporate, particularly based on their values, their activities. If they align with our goals, our missions, our values, then we may accept it. That will depend on specific circumstances.
Let's say this corporate company is working in the field of mine. They are operating in the mining field. Will you accept their fund?
No, will not, because it goes against our ethics. Thank you.
My name is Odera and I'm the founder of Wawa Kenya. When I was 12 years old, I lost both of my parents to HIV and AIDS. Why? Because my mother used to sell fish, and because we were poor, she couldn't manage to get capital. And so what did she do? She decided to engage into sex for fish practices, and a practice that is well known along the Lake region. It is known as Jaboya. And so this is how she contracted HIV and AIDS and later died. So 2004 was the darkest moment of my life. Like they always say, what doesn't kill you makes you only stronger. So this motivated me to start an organization called Wawa. Wawa is a Swahili abbreviation meaning wanawake wavuvi, or if you like, fisher folk women. This is a platform where we equip women with skills. Talk of fish farming, fishing, boat building, fashion and design, soap and detergent making, and many more. Not forgetting poultry and pig farming, just for women.
My name is Lina Otieno. I first joined Wawa in September, and I got to know about it when I was approached by Harvey. He came to my shop, and he got interested in what I was doing. So he asked me if I could come and train the girls on fashion. So far, we've worked on bags, and we are progressing well because they are fast learners, and they're also interested in what we are doing.
Wawa imenisaidia kabisa juu sikuwa na kazi, nilikuwa nauza tu ndizi kwa barabara. Sasa vile nilipata kazi hapa Wawa, naweza sema maisha yangu imebadilika, naweza kula, naweza vaa, naweza linda mtoto. As you can see, I'm very healthy just because of this job I'm doing, and I'm so much grateful for Wawa.
My name is Arizona Chola. I can proudly say that we are the only organization dealing with women economic empowerment along the Homa Bay quarters zote. And we are known wherever we go, when you see Wawa, you see women. And we are proud of that.
Otherwise, thank you very much, and you're welcome to work with us along the Lake region to empower women and the community at large.
Shrishti?
Yeah?
I have a question for you.
Question?
Yes.
Okay.
Don't you want to share with us what we discussed last night?
Last night?
Yes.
That one?
Yes.
Come on, Nora, now don't do that to me. Not in front of everyone, come on.
Oh, come on. See, listen, it is such an important topic. We need to talk about it.
Come on, but I feel so uncomfortable. Not in front of everyone. Don't do this to me.
Okay. You know what? Relax. I know the perfect person who is going to make you feel comfortable, bring you out of your shell, and make you speak. Let us welcome Charlotte Cotton from France.
Hello, everyone. How is everyone today? Yay! Today I'm here to talk about a very important topic, maybe the most important topic. This thing that almost all of us in this room has or will experience at least once in our lifetime. This thing that makes us feel very good for ourselves, with maybe some partners. Obviously today, I am here to talk about... Oh, okay. Sorry about that, guys. Can we do that again? Yeah, I'm here to talk about... Okay, sorry guys, this is not... Simon, there's something with the mic, no? Can we test it? 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, it works, right? I don't know, it feels like every time I'm trying to say the word, yeah, this is happening again. How about I say it 1,000,000 times and see what happens? Okay, forget about it. This is not working, and this is getting very frustrating because actually we've practiced this so many times, and this is happening to me right now on my special day. Fine, let me do it my way. Sex! Ladies, gentlemen, and others, what you've just experienced now is the daily life of a taboo. There's so many different taboos around us. Taboos from society, taboos from religion, and also taboos from families. The taboos from families can leave a lot of scars, and that's what happened to my family. Let me take you back to a time where I wasn't even born. When my grandmother turned 38, it was Mother's Day, and she decided to go and visit her own mother. So she booked a ticket, jumped into a train, enjoyed a nice ride. A few stations before arriving, she decided to go to the bathroom just to freshen up. But before closing the door, a man actually slid behind her and abused her. She was left in a bluff bed, still wearing her jewelries, her bag, still with the money inside. It was an act of pure hate. She woke up a couple of days from that at the hospital, and her whole face was gone. In fact, when my mother visited her, the only thing she could recognize from her was her hands. Everything else was gone. Imagine how it feels when you're a professional ballerina. This story left a lot of trauma in my family. We purely didn't think or talk about what just happened. As a matter of fact, we call this grandma's accident, the little time we were talking about it. Many years after that, I was born, and I had a really happy childhood. But when I turned 11, my parents divorced. And once again, there was no communication about it, leaving my brother and I with a lot of questions, a lot of frustrations, just not having the space to ask what was happening. When I turned 18, I felt that I needed the space to grow, and I wanted to go to a place that represented liberty and freedom. So I decided to go to Hong Kong, which I did with my backpack. I lived there for 10 years in a very busy corporate life, and I loved it. But I realized throughout the years that the wind was turning. Actually, the population of Hong Kong was getting silenced by a government that was quite unfair to them. They were using censorship, arrestation, intimidation, and the population of Hong Kong could not speak. By the summer of 2019, 1/3 of the population of Hong Kong was in the street, frustrating, trying to talk to a government that wouldn't listen. Just a few moments after that, I had an opportunity to come to India, to go along a beautiful journey called Jagati Yatra, where I traveled for 2 weeks around the train, full of social entrepreneurs, and my mind exploded. That experience was amazing, and you know what? Because for the first time, I could talk and I could listen to people talking about taboo topics. We would talk about sexuality, religion, even politics, without any shame. And that felt amazing. In that very train, I met someone who became very, very important in my life, a menstrual activist called Lad Lohar. She's a lady from Rajasthan, north of India. And she told me things that I've actually never heard of. That menstruation was such a difficult topic to address over there. There was purely no accessibility nor education about it. So I asked, what do women do when they're menstrual? Well, I heard they deal with it. Do you want to know how they deal with it? They need to find newspaper. They need to find cow dung, sand, leaves, you name it, just because it's uncomfortable to actually address the problem. So at that time, I asked LAD, what can I do to help? So we decided to launch Mevar Collective, an organization producing and distributing sanitary napkins. And the distribution of the napkin would help to actually talk. A few months after that, I had another opportunity to help as a comprehensive sexuality educator for a local school with ethnic minority children. And once again, here we are. Children have so many burning questions. I can even see the flame on their lips because they want to ask questions about their puberty, about their feelings. With this program, which was amazing, was not just only to talk about reproduction and organs. For the first time, we talked about consent. We talked about boundaries, feelings, and that felt amazing. At that very period, I asked myself, what kind of children are we raising if they have so many burning questions like this, but nobody is here to talk or to answer them? You may wonder, but Charlotte, everyone has questions. What's the problem with that? There's actually a problem with not addressing those questions to our youth and also to our adults. I'll give you an example. In Holland, very famous country for that particular case, they actually start comprehensive sexuality education at the age of 4 years old. At 4 years old, a kid can understand that putting your hand here without asking consent to your friend is not right. In Holland, we tell little girls, it's okay to be frustrated and angry. And we tell little boys, it's okay to cry. And have a guess. The numbers, when they become adults, in Holland, has much less sexual violence and domestic violence than the countries around it. Amazing, right? So there is actually a correlation with silence and violence. And this is why here, today, I want to introduce you Propolis. Propolis is a social organization empowering and equipping youth and adults to learn how to communicate about those taboo topics. We provide workshops using storytelling therapy, using role plays, using theater to really learn how to answer those burning questions. And you may wonder, what is propolis? What does it even mean? Propolis is coming from Latin, and it means for the society. It is also a very natural substance that the bees are making. And we humans have been using the propolis for more than 2,000 years ago to heal open wounds. And with propolis, that's exactly what we do. We heal the wounds of society suffering from this silence.
Hey Charlotte, there's someone online with a question. Would you like to take it?
Let's do it.
Hello.
Hello.
I was listening to you and I have a concern. I'm a father of 2 children and recently I lost my wife. I don't feel comfortable about a foreigner speaking about death to my kids. This is such a personal topic.
Yes, thank you very much for your concern. And first of all, I'm very, very sorry about your situation. But actually, with Propolis, we're not here to educate. We empower, we equip, talking about topics such as sexuality and death and body image and so on. To have taboos is normal, but let's eradicate the silence, the shame that goes along with it. Thank you very much.
Let us start with our online panelists. Abhijit.
Hey, thank you. And what a lovely presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I have 2 small questions. The first one was, how do you intend to do this? Have you thought of a mechanism in which you interact with people? I mean, are you opening some kind of a space, or are you doing workshops in schools, or where? What's going to happen?
Okay, so after Kanthari, my plan is to start a pilot project. So I'm going to go traveling to South India for 4 months to deliver the programs. And the way I do this, it's basically contacting as many diverse backgrounds. So I'm talking about schools, institute, NGOs that are happy to have the Propolis program. And I provide up to a week of workshops to youth and adults. So that's going to be the pilot project for 4 months first.
Interesting. Yeah, I guess that's pretty good idea for a pilot. But overall, I mean, being somebody who came up in the same, in a very taboo society, I know that it took many years of unconditioning for me to get out of it. So I guess we'll have to think of what is the long-term, psychological investment that has to happen. The second question I wanted to ask is, in these last decade, I've seen several programs that were designed for, especially for children, but also for youth, to understand about menstruation, to understand about sexuality, and most of them did not work out. And have you been able to find what are usually the reasons why programs like these don't work out? Where do they fail, and what you are willing to do differently?
It's a very, very good comment. Thank you. There are a lot of organizations and associations trying to work on the topic that have been failing. For me, the way I'm tackling it is first, we're trying to use alternative education. So the way I see my workshop is not, I'm the teacher and the students are here. I really equip the participants to get along into it. So we use storytelling therapy, we're going to use theater, we're going to use something that is a bit let's say, more educative than just telling you what's the problem with the whole situation. The second thing is, I believe, is we need a national help, and that's why the idea is to have as many schools and institutes as I can have to actually make a point, and then showing how necessary having more, for the topic of sexuality education, for example, having more help from governments as well. So I'm very aware that by myself I won't make it. It needs the help of everybody through it. So it'll start with the pilot, but obviously I have bigger ambitions for the future.
Super, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Can we have the next question from Shreya, please?
Hi, Charlotte, and congratulations on a wonderful dream speech. My questions are similar to Abhijit's. My concern is that if you want to create a long-term and substantial impact in the society, we need to cater to a really large number of young adults and kids, and for a really long period of time, maybe for decades, and then maybe you see them become the kind of adults we want them to become.
Yes.
And I personally think that this is not possible unless there is a very regular, in fact everyday kind of a conversation.
Yes.
So how do you plan to do that? Will you be making this part of a regular school curriculum? And if that's so, it's very hard to penetrate into that governmental structure. How do you plan to do that?
Yeah, that's a great question too. As I said, so the pilot is really to test the water and show that basically in any kind of institute or places I'm going to go, that the work is needed. So to make it sustainable, I'm going to have the offline interaction first, but what I'm planning to do is to actually have an online interaction with all the places I'm going to. So then there's a follow-up from offline to online to create a network of people that can, again, together be bigger. So that's the goal. And on daily basis, yes, with interactive activation through it.
Great, and as you said that you're not here to educate but to empower and equip those.
Yes.
So do you also plan to have a call center or helpline kind of a thing where people who are in need of some sort of urgent help, they can reach out to you to look for guidance?
Yes, I've actually started the pilot here in Trivandrum, and I associated with a few counselors that that happened in the past, especially on workshops topics on consent and boundaries, if there's a lot of emotions coming up, if I feel what I call a red flag situation, I have a professional to actually back up the work, because I'm not a counselor, so I have the help of professionals to help. Yes.
Great, awesome. All the best, Charlotte, and hope we see better human beings in future.
Thank you.
Over to you, Archana.
So thank you, Charlotte. Okay, first question, I'm very curious, what made you choose India? I mean, I know the numbers speak for themselves, but still, you're not from here. It's going to be a very tough task, and it's one of the most taboo societies when it comes to talking about sex.
Yes.
So, what
Why
made
India?
you feel like you would be able to do this here, or take up that challenge?
So first of all, I'm not just doing sex ed. So I know that there is a problem here in India and everywhere else. Rest assured that the whole planet actually needs topic and discussions around this. So I don't like the too much blaming on India, first of all. But then basically why India? What I was in my corporate life in Hong Kong, I used to work between Mumbai and Hong Kong. And I had a really strong connection with the culture, made a lot of friends. And then I had the Jagiti Yatra experience where I met, I think, for the first time, like really hearing people speaking truth. And I had the opportunity to help for launching Mevar Collective, and there was more taboos. And then being here in Kanthari, then I realized that this line of my life is really much about this being stuck. So India, because I'm here, because of my personal connection through the country, and the aim for longer term is to be worthwhile anyway. But I'd like to start from where I've been studying and working now.
My next question was very similar to what Abhijit and Shreya asked is, you're saying that you will sort of, because your pilot is based on just going into schools and institutions in South India, how do you plan to do that? Are you planning to just call them, talk about yourself? How do you plan to get that going?
I already
because having an institution or having a space is different from you having to, line up these talks. So.
Yes, I already have 15 different institutes hosting me. My goal is to talk to 1,000 participants in 4 months and 15 institutes. So I have the help of the French Alliance. I have the help of a lot of NGOs in the South and in Mumbai. And it's basically, if one trusts, it has a ripple effect. So I've been really lucky from this. My schedule is full already.
Nice.
So yes, I'm
All
really
the best
excited.
to you.
Thank you.
Sony.
Yeah. I was going through your profile, and you wrote something like India has a rape culture.
Yes.
Yeah?
Everywhere,
So
unfortunately.
actually, I suggest you to avoid such statements. It's a serious statement, right? You are
Yes.
making about India,
Yes.
especially you being a foreigner.
Yes.
What do you think about it, making such statements, and you want to run a pilot project in India?
Yeah, I think the fact that I'm a foreigner doesn't change the situation or not. It's a fact. I'm not saying that just India has a rape culture. I'm coming from a place that has a lot of problem as well in France. The data from 2022 just fall up in France, and there's still 200,000 plus of problems in domestic violence in France. So I'm really not saying that India is the problem and the rest of the world is doing okay. As a foreigner, the way I'm seeing it and the way that I've been addressing the workshop so far, because I've had the question, why do you dare, being a white person here, why do you come and educate and think you're better than the rest? Which I'm not, absolutely not. I feel like being from a different culture actually helps the beneficiaries so far to talk, especially when I go to universities where they have counselor, but I feel too ashamed in talking directly on the side. That's what I've experienced here. So hopefully it just gives an extra space for talking.
Okay. Let me ask you another question. You quoted an example about Holland, where sex education is given in earlier age
Very
and
young.
there is less violence against women.
Yes.
So I am asking you to look at Saudi Arabia. It's a very conservative country, right?
Yes.
There is no sex education is given, but violence against women is less. So how will you justify your first statement then?
Yeah, that's a good point. Unfortunately, it's not just having a sex education doesn't resolve the whole thing. I believe it's seed by seeds that the discussion needs to be addressed. Obviously, there's so much more work, and again, that's why I don't just do sex education. I believe we need to address a lot of other taboos, so hopefully we can lower down the numbers of violence. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I got a friend. She told me that when you need money, you can come and join me. So we started going there out with men to get money. We saw our bodies to get money so that we can get money for our kids, for our problems, all of our families.
For a sex worker, you're doing what we would call the dirtiest. That is what society thinks. You're doing the dirtiest business. Society won't embrace you, won't accept you. So when you are HIV positive, it would be a double stigmatization. Because when you go to the health centers to access the health services, they always think, I mean, you deserve it. You know, no one asks you to go ahead and sleep with 100 men in one night, and that is how they've been stigmatized. They cannot access the health services that they deserve as the nationals of Uganda.
Most girls get into sex work because maybe their parents or their mothers were sex workers and they end up doing this.
The concept of rhythm of life is basically empowering the daughters of HIV positive sex workers with a professional health training to take care of their mothers and the entire stigmatized society, you know, like the red light area.
Rhythm of life takes girls and educates them in school. From the schools, we go to what we call the Rhythm of Life ambassadors. And these girls become activists, they become girls who can talk to other fellow girls. They use their voices to speak through blogging, through moving into schools and talking to other girls. And this program currently has 7 girls. And from these 7 girls, we believe that at the end of this year, we can go up to a number like 15.
Where we can have a professional doctor who has come from the red light area, where we have counselors, we have psychiatrists, we have a number of people that have taken the medical path, the medical career, and they are benefiting themselves, they are benefiting their families, and they are benefiting the entire society.
Rhythm of life, 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 tukwetaga.
Yes, so we just watched the video of Harriet, who was Kanthari 2013 graduate. So you see, like a lot of them who were giving the speech during their year from the stage, now their dreams has come true. Now it was not just a talk, but they have walked the path. They have achieved their dream.
Thank you, Shrishti. Okay, Shrishti.
Yeah?
I have a question for you.
Nora is in a question mood.
Yes,
okay.
I am. Do you remember your youth?
What do you mean? Am I old now?
No, no, no.
Come on.
I wouldn't dare.
This is like...
I wouldn't dare call you, old. But do you remember a point in your life where you did not know what the future would look like?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I got blind at the age of 16. And that time, I didn't know how my future would look like. But then, yeah, I found my vision and here I am today.
But what about the youth that do not have such choices? You know, who feel stuck between a rock and a hard place. Our next speaker is here to talk about just that. Please welcome Gotham NC from Kerala, India.
Kasargod, the beautiful land of 7 languages, is steeped in natural and cultural diversity. Come explore our pristine beaches. How about a little kayaking in our backwaters? Or perhaps you'd like to soak in the folk art and dances our city has to offer. Kasargod, once you're here, you might never want to leave.
Do you know what fear smells like? Well, I do. Let me take you to my hometown, Kasargod. Long back, when I was a teenager, I received a message late at night. It was a picture of my friend who was stabbed to death. He was a friendly person to everybody, but instead he became a victim of hate crimes. Here is another instance when I smell the fear again. You know, Kerala is famous for its hartals and strikes. Nobody goes out. People might throw stones at you. I was curious to know what happens if I go out. And I took my motorbike and went to the city. And nobody was there. It was completely empty. The shops were closed. I was taking a pocket road towards a bus stand. And suddenly I stopped. There was a huge cement block lying on the road. I heard some screams. When I turned back, a bunch of people were approaching towards me with iron rods and sticks. I got scared. But somehow I pulled the bike and got over it and ran for my life. But I did not stop there. I continued. This time, it was really terrifying. The road was blocked with burning tires. And the sad reality, it was angry youngsters everywhere. This happens quite often at Kasargod. Even now, the government employees who comes to our place see it as a punishment. I was suffocated by this place. I was struggling myself, and at the same time, I was having a battle inside myself. After college, I stayed on bed for months. Not knowing what to do, I was in a confused state, having a lot of worthless thoughts. But I was not the only one. This was the story of many youths in Kasargod. While I ended up in mental breakdown, a lot of others got into drug trafficking, gold smuggling, and even extremist ideologies. I did not want to end up my life on bed. I tried hard, I pushed myself, and I got into a university. And this was one of the best things happened to me. I was engaged. I met friends who supported me and encouraged me. I started myself transforming. I got out of Kasargod. I started working with NGOs. I started to volunteer. The shy and scared me became someone who took initiatives and found creative solutions. At the same time, I noticed something. The same transformation that was happening to me was happening to the youth with whom I was volunteering with. And that is when, along with my friends, I started our organization, Fireflies. At Fireflies, we see volunteering as a powerful tool to engage the youth and create a positive mindset change. We work in the areas of disability, alternate education, environment protection, and so on. During a volunteering activity, you can see the youth painting the walls of a primary school, coloring the lives of children who are living there. But don't you think the youth need a place to gather? Well, we tried that too. In 2020, we hired a space, a whole home. We colored it with doodles. We organized some events. And we could not feel the suffocation anymore. But we lost it. We were too bad at fundraising. And that is when Kanthari has come to the help of us. Now, we have the tools and techniques. In 3 years from now, you will see a hub, a space for the youth in the heart of Kasargod city. And we call this space, we call this hub, Chimmini Kudu, which means tiny and strong kerosene lamp in Kasargod dialect. Once you enter Chimmini Kudu, you can see an old bus converted into a reading room. This will be painted with graffiti, doodles, and decorated with colorful flags. And when you start walking through the stone-paved pathway, you'll reach to a cafeteria made of bamboo and palm leaves. And while sipping a cup of coffee there, to the far right, you can see an amphitheater made of tires and cement blocks. Now they have a different purpose. Instead of blocking the roads, they are connecting lives. But this is not enough. There is another generation growing up in Kasaragod, the younger ones. We will work with the children of Kasaragod. We'll take them for trekking to the hills, for swimming at the Bakel, and kayaking at Tejaswini River. And this way, they will start loving nature and loving their hometown. And they will realize strong friendships are based on shared experiences rather than shared ideologies. Let me show you a map of Kasaragod. This looks really hot, isn't it? Well, this is not a map of weather. Instead, this is a representation of heat of communal violence in Kasaragod. But at Fireflies, this is not how we envision Kasaragod. We start at the center of the city. We will expose the youth to the diversity of Kasaragod. And this way, we will bridge the gap between isolated communities. And this will reveal the beauty of a pluralistic society. Thank you.
Okay, first question, we will go with Archana.
Thank you so much, Gotham. Also very relatable to me.
Okay.
The whole idea of having a space, especially a community space, that is very relatable. I want to know, what do you intend to do in there? Like, other than the cafeteria, do you intend to have any other activities, or what do you plan with the space itself?
Yes, yes. So there will be a cafeteria that will be a gathering space, but we will be having debates, discussions, theater workshops, movie screenings, which will engage the youth.
This is for the youth?
Yeah.
Okay. Just one thing that I read from your profile was, you said that you intend to target children who are facing adversities because of dysfunctional parenting, social and economic problems, and so on.
Yes.
And in the age group of 6 to 12, again, it is very admirable that that's the age group you take.
Yeah.
That's the age group I primarily work with, and I feel that it's a very, very right time to get. But my question is, especially, since we're all from Kerala, especially kids who come from this kind of a background, with adversities, with economic problems, how do you, and you're talking about kayaking and mountain climbing and swimming, how do you intend to access them? Because their parents are not going to be people who will bring them regularly for activities and so on, something we struggle with a lot.
Yes. So this is not the first thing we will be doing soon after. But what we have in mind is we will work with a school or a class as a whole, and from there, by working for some time, then we will identify the children who has this who are facing these adversities, and then we'll be giving them the extra care or extra references they need.
All right. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Over to you, Soni.
Okay, you said you were very bad in fundraising, so let me ask you a question from there. So what's your plan? How are you going to finance your project? You want to do a lot of things.
Okay. So right now, soon after the Kanthari, we are launching a workshop, a 7-day workshop. And at present, we are having a crowdfunding for the same workshop. So apart from that, we'll be writing for the grants, which is available in India, because it's very difficult for us to get the foreign funds without FCRA. And that's the main thing we have right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wish you good luck.
Thank you.
Let me ask you my next question. So I was going through your budget.
Yeah.
So in your 6 months budget, you want to buy lot of gadgets like
Yeah.
printer, computer, and many other things, recorder and many other things. So is it necessary for a pilot project, or in the initial stage, do you want to invest that much money for buying these things?
Okay, so those gadgets are not particularly for the pilot project. So it is for the long term. And since we are working with youth, and the youth come to us mainly through the social media and website and all those tools. So we need some good quality pictures, images of whatever is happening in our activity. And that's how the youth can be attracted to our activity. So for that, we need good gadgets. For example, a nice camera, a nice laptop. That's why I have mentioned it in the budget. Yeah.
Okay. Just a small little note. I think we can keep the applause for after the Q&A is over, because we need to keep with the time. Thank you. All right. Moving on to our online panelists. Shreya?
Hi, Gotham.
Hi, Shreya.
My question to you is that in your profile, I read that you're targeting the age group of 6 to 12 years old. So what happens after that? Once they move out of your curriculum or your workshops, where do they go? Do they go back to their regular schools? Do you keep a check on them? And where does things go after that?
Okay, thank you for the question, Shreya. So right now we are focusing on the youth who is aged between 18 to 24. And to work with children is something we have as a future plan. And while working with them, we'll be having a fellowship model or something like that, which will be engaging the children for 1 or 2 years. So it's like we'll be taking the regular sessions where the quality of education is not that good in schools. And from there, we will identify the children who are going through adversities.
Okay. Also, you started back in 2020. So are you actively working right now? Can you share some of the impact that you have already created to get an idea of what kind of changes we should be expecting in the future?
Okay. So from 2020, or we started from 2018, it was a small group. Then in 2020, we registered as an organization. And till then, we have organized 1 day or 2 day volunteering activities. So there the youth of Kasaragod will come and gather, and that is basically for engaging the youth. So in our place, the engagements for youth are very less. So that is the impact, and we have conducted nearly 20 plus volunteering activities till date and engaged more than 300 volunteers.
Okay, all the best, Gautam.
Thank you.
Over to you, Abhijit.
Wow, lovely. Always a fan of nice spaces. I was just going to ask you one question that I think what you're trying to build is a sort of counterculture, right? So there is a situation at hand which has been around for quite some time in Kasaragod, and then you're creating a space you can invite young people.
Yes. This will be an alternative space for the youth to engage. So that is what we have in mind.
So what is this counterculture? Could you talk a little bit about what this counterculture will feel like? What is the culture of your space? Yeah.
Okay, so for me, I doesn't know the proper definition of what counterculture is, but then what we have in mind is back in Kasaragod, the youth are either engaged in a particular group or a group where a particular ideologist believe. So the diversity or the mingling of youth from different ideologies are not that much happening. And that is where we are creating this space, so that the youth from different ideologies or different beliefs can come together and have a conversation, and then they can grow from there.
Do we have any more questions?
Thank you.
Sony.
Yeah. You said your life changed when you enrolled for a social work course, isn't it?
Yes. After enrolling for the social work course, like I got exposure to travel. Yes.
Then you got this idea of social change and all.
Yeah. That was the
yeah. My question is, instead of isn't it a solution? So instead of starting a new project, why can't you encourage the youth joining such social work courses and transform their lives?
I would say, like I had this. I found myself interested in such kind of work when I started to volunteer. But it's not necessary that everyone who joins social work can have the same transformation. So it is when I started to volunteer, I realized this transformation.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you mentioned about SAPTA, your pilot project, right?
Yes.
Can you please tell us more about it?
Okay. SAPTA is a 7-day experiential workshop that will be happening in Kasaragod. And there will be 20 participants, and 10 of the participants will be selected from Kasaragod and 10 from rest of India. And we'll be having participatory activities for improving the communication skills, conflict management, self-awareness, etc. Also, in the same workshop, we will take the youth to different parts of Kasaragod. So the youth who are from Kasaragod will have they will generate, they will start realizing the potential of their own space. Like, while I was young, I didn't realize Kasaragod is so beautiful. So the youth of Kasaragod can get that experience, and also they can be a good host to the youth who are coming from other parts of India.
Okay. What is the outcome you are expecting from the participants after attending this 20 days training?
Yeah.
What do you want them to do?
Okay. So the youth who will be selected will be going through an ideal phase, or they will be in a confused state. So they can realize that, okay, they have some worth in themselves, and they will also be more aware about themselves, what skills they possess. Like, there can be exercises where they are asked to perform. So that is when they realize, okay, I have the strength, and this will give them a perspective, a hopeful perspective towards their future. And also they can have a community. The youth who are coming will be from a mixed culture and mixed diversity, and if they can even get a good bond or good friendship from this, and once if they are going to a mental breakdown or something like that, they will have a support system. So this can be the impacts after the workshop.
Okay. I think we have another question from Shreya.
Hi Gotham, you mentioned that you're targeting youngsters aged from 18 to from moving onwards from there.
Yeah.
So recently I interviewed about 25 to 30 young adults who were aged between 16 to 30, and I found out their main target was to find a job eventually, especially those who belong to a lesser privileged background. And that's why they were not interested in alternate education or spaces like this, which don't offer or provide them a job security in the future. So how are you going to address that? Because the community that you're trying to target, their main issues is that they don't have enough financial stability, and they would want some career opportunities in the future. How are you going to engage them and equip them that they find better jobs?
Yeah, to find a job is a need for most of the youth, and our space can act as a aid for that too. So we'll be having people coming from different classes of life. They can even find potential job providers from there. They can even share there can be youth who are working in different spaces. So they will get to know about the new jobs from this space. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Gautam.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gautam, for that spicy speech and also talking us about beautiful Kasaragod and what you'll be doing with your youths over there. So the next short movie that we will be watching, we have been watching our Kanthari Alumni's video, will be of Joshna. Joshna comes from Odisha, and so she went through domestic violence. So she wanted to end her life. So one day she just jumped into the well, but fortunately her life was saved by the man. And then when she got a new life, she decided to live her life purposefully to end the domestic violence. That's what brought her here to Kanthari. And now let's watch what she's doing.
Women spend the money for the well-being of the children, but the husband is asking why you are spending the money in the other way. You just save this money. Myself, Joshna. My husband is abused and beaten me. Then after I left the home without money, without children, without family support, I finally decided to attempt suicide. But God give me another life. In our organizations, all board members are women who have been affected by the domestic violence.
ଆଜିର ସମାଜରେ ମହିଳାମାନଙ୍କୁ ବହୁତ ନିମ୍ନ ଦୃଷ୍ଟିରେ ଦେଖୁଛନ୍ତି ସମସ୍ତେ କିନ୍ତୁ ଆମେ ଜନମଙ୍ଗଳ ଗୋଟେ ଅନୁଷ୍ଠାନ ତିଆରି କରିଛୁ
ଝିଅକୁ ନେଇକି ମୁଁ ହଉଛୁ ଆସିକି ବାହାରେ ରହୁଥିଲି ତାପରେ ଦେଖିଲି ଯେ ମେମ୍ବର ମାନଙ୍କ ସାଙ୍ଗରେ ଯାଇ ବାହାରୁ ଦେଖିଲି ଯେ ଗୋଟେ ଆଦିବାସୀ ଏରିଆର ମା ମାନେ ବି ମୋ ଭଳିଆ ଦୁଃଖିତ ହୋଇ ରହି ଜନମଙ୍ଗଳ organization is directly working with the women as well as the adolescent girls.
এই মাধ্যমে যদি সেমানে বুঝি পাইলে যে ছোট ছোট কুনি কুনি পিলা মানকু স্কেট করিকি সেমানে বুঝি পাইবে যে ছোট ছোট পিলা মানকু যে আমি যেতে গণ দুষ্কর্ম করিছে তেনে সেমানে যদি বুঝি পাইকি এই মানে কিছু চেঞ্জ করি পাইবে
when they know about their rights, the sexual harassments, then they will come forward to stop violence against women. Herbal medicine preparation is the traditional skill of the tribal women.
এইটা মହୁଲ ଛାଲ ଆଉ ଇଏ ଡାଇବେଟିସ୍ ପାଇଁ ଔଷଧ ତିଆରି ହେଉଛି
তুমি ছুলি পানো না ডাড়া
କାହିଁ ଲୋହ ତ ନାହିଁ ଏଇ ଗଛଟି ଖାଇଲେ ଛୁଆମାନଙ୍କର ପାଟି ଘା ଭଲ ହବ ଏଇଟା ଗାଈ ଶିରା ଆଉ ରାମଦାନ୍ତୁଣି ଏହା ସେଥିରେ ପାଣ୍ଟେ ନା ଇଏ ରୋଗ ଭଲ ହବ
Janamangala is providing the livelihood training programs. They will be make this qualitative medicine to fulfill their needs and then sell in the market and for the earning of their money. Most important part is the mindset change. When they know about their rights, when they know about the acts.
ମାନେ ତ ମାନେ ପାଠ ସାଠ ପଢି ନାହାନ୍ତି ଟିକେ ନିର୍ବୁଦ୍ଧିଆ ଲୋକ ଆମେ ଚାହୁଁଛୁ ଯେ ଏବେ ଆମେ ଟିକେ ଶିକ୍ଷିତ ହେଇଗଲୁ ଆମେ ଚାହୁଁଛୁ ଯେ ଆମ ସ୍ୱାଧୀନ ଗଲା ଆମେ ଟିକେ ଭଲ ବାଟରେ ଯିବୁ କି ଏ କାର୍ଯ୍ୟଟା ଆମ ପାଇଁ ସକ୍ଷମ ହୋଇପାରିବ
ମାନେ ଯେତେବେଳେ ସ୍ତ୍ରୀ ଲୋକ ନା ଘରେ ରହୁଥିଲେ ଘରୁ ବାହାରି ପାରୁନଥିଲେ କାହାର କିଛି ଚିହ୍ନି ନଥିଲେ କି ଜାଣୁନଥିଲେ ଏବେ ଯାହା ପଞ୍ଚାୟତ ଗାହିକି ସରପଞ୍ଚକୁ ବି ଚିହ୍ନିଲେନି ଅନ୍ୟ ଗାଁର ଲୋକଙ୍କ ସହିତ ବି ମିଶାମିଶି କରୁଛନ୍ତି ଚିହ୍ନୁଛନ୍ତି ଯାହା ବାଟଘାଟ ଯୋଉଠି ଦେଖା ହେଲେ କଥାବାର୍ତ୍ତା ହେଲେ ହେଉଛନ୍ତି ଆଗେ କେହି ଜାଣି ପାରୁନଥିଲେ କି ଚିହ୍ନି ପାରୁନଥିଲେ
ପ୍ରତ୍ୟେକ ଗାଁର ମହିଳାମାନଙ୍କୁ ସଂଗଠିତ ଭାବରେ ସଂଗଠିତ କରୁଛନ୍ତି ସଂଗଠିତ କରିକି ଗ୍ରୁପ୍ କରୁଛନ୍ତି ଛତୁ ଚାଷ କୁକୁଡ଼ା ଚାଷ ଏଠି ଏଇ ଯେଉଁ ଔଷଧ ପତ୍ର ତିଆରି ହେବ ସବୁ ପତ୍ର ଚେର ମୂଳର ଆଗ ସବୁ କରୁଛନ୍ତି ବହୁତ ବଢ଼ିଆ ହେଉଛି ଜନମୂଳ କାମ କରିବା ଉଚିତ
Nowadays, Janamangal works with a total of 220 farmers, adolescents and women self-help groups. These groups cover 2,300 families and over 700 adolescent girls. Additionally, 438 women are part of any of the enterprise promotional programs in mushroom cultivation, tailoring, leaf plate production, or organic kitchen garden activities.
You know, Shrishti, one of my favorite perks of my job as an intake coordinator is that I get to have the very first impression of our participants way before they land into our Kanthari campus.
Oh, yeah.
And I still remember my first interview with her, our next speaker, you know, her eagerness to give poverty a cold shoulder.
I think I also remember who you are talking about, and what she said was, when education tramples poverty.
Yes, so please welcome our next speaker on stage, a passionate and dedicated fighter for education, Nancy Mbaura from Zimbabwe.
Do not get in your friend. Add with all your children.
ndimbochema ndimbochema kana pfungwa ndinadzwa ndimbochema kana maoko ndinawo. This song means I will not cry if I have my own hands. I will not cry if I have my own brain. This song gave me power to move forward when I was thrown out of the house by my husband. I had no money, no job, no education. I had 3 unanswered questions. Where shall I go with these children? Who shall help me to take care of these children? Growing up, I was a curious child. I wanted to go to school like other children, but my parents had no money. At the age of 7, my teacher sent me home because I had no money to pay school fees. At home, I was alone. A neighbor friend came and he raped me. From that day onwards, I always remember that school is not only a place of learning, but also a place of refuge. For my parents to send us to school, he misused the company money and he was put in jail for 1 year. My mother, because she was depending on my father, she was sick, and her relatives came and took her away from us. By that time, I started to be a mother at the age of 12. We were forced to move from this street to another street, begging for food, or sometimes picking from the waste bin. Finally, my auntie came. She took us to a farm. At that farm, the owner of the farm was generous. He gave us 2 options, either to work for little salary or to work for bad education. I choose education. Time was running faster. I got married to a principal of a school. I thought I brought all the education in my house. We were blessed with 2 children. My brother died, and I was the one who was in custody of 4 children. So my husband was not happy for me to turn his house into a social welfare. He threw us out from the house. That is when I started my journey as a single mother. I had no soap to wash our clothes or even to wash our blankets. My children and I developed ringworms and skin disease. Everyone was sorry on us because they thought that we were mad. That time, that is when my children were stopped from going to school. Finally, a day I will never forget came. All my children got scholarship. Within a week, I also got a job. I was very happy because this job gave me an opportunity to work with women. I managed to interview 1,000 women. And from those women, I noticed that women are living in abusive relationships. They are living with violent men. Guess what? For the children, they want their children to go to school.
Since I was a lorry driver, I started to teach them how to drive lorries because I noticed the need of empowering a woman. Women need to be empowered. I was teaching them economic projects. Then later, I asked them to go and look for jobs. They were not going to look for jobs. Do you know why? Their children were at home. They were not going to school. In Zimbabwe, education is not free. It's very expensive. Families from poor background, they are not able to send their children to school. Before you enroll at our government schools, you need to buy school uniform, complete uniform, pay for your transportation, pay for you even to submit the birth certificate, of which these parents, they had nothing. Again, our schools, the teachers are not qualified to teach children with disability. I felt sorry for my dear women. I asked them to bring all the children to me. I was surprised one morning, 500 students were standing in front of my office. Then I noticed the need of free education to the students in Zimbabwe. From that time, that is when Tamira Nashe Trust was born. We kicked men out of the beer hall. And we converted that beer hall into a school. See what we did.
This place was once a beer hall, but it has been converted into a primary school. Although it is unregistered, enrollment currently stands at 962 students. Abandoned by council in 2004, Ngoni Beer Hall was reopened as a women's center in May last year to equip underprivileged women with life skills. An even greater need arose after it emerged the women's children were not going to school. While improvised schools are frowned upon in this day and age, some children at Tamira Nashe only began school as late as 9 years old, making the school an oasis in the desert.
This video you are seeing today is for 2016. To date, our enrollment is 1,826 students. Now, the news of our school offering free education spread like wildfire. We faced a lot of challenges from the politicians, drunkards, and our other fellow private schools owners. But we were unstoppable. Our government gave us the right to work in 4 districts of Zimbabwe. Now, I noticed the need of a bigger school because our teachers are working from morning till sunset for a little salary. So we are planning to build a school, a bigger school, and offer quality education. This is the school we are planning to build. That's our vision of building this school. This school will be built like our Zimbabwe house. Zimbabwe means house of stones. We are going to build it with stones, mud, and grass. At Tamira Nashe School, we see children who are focusing on problem solving, turning little resources into impactful action. Apart from their regular subjects, we are going to teach them fish farming, beekeeping, animal husbandry, and vegetable farming. As a mother and founder of Tamira Nashe Trust, I envision a world where the underprivileged children are given equal access and opportunities to education, leaving no one behind, without discrimination. Oh, sorry. Before I end, allow me to tell you that the man who kicked me out of the house is now employed at my school as a teacher. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mama Nancy. I would like to start our Q&A session with our online panelists. Odera, over to you.
What a powerful presentation. Thank you, Nancy.
Thank you,
my question is, I read that the problem you're trying to solve is lack of quality education and lack of schools in Zimbabwe. Yes. But you will also agree with me that building schools does not automatically solve the problem of lack of quality. So now you want to build a school, and my question is, what are the differences that your school will bring to your students and community? And why did you choose building a school as your first pilot project, building construction as your first pilot project?
Thank you very much, Odera. The place right now is 2,000 to 3,000 square meters. It's now very small for these children. They need to play around. So the number one, the environment is very small. And again, we want a bigger school so that we can have an opportunity to do extra subjects that we are not doing. We also want the children to be critical thinkers, to think outside the box. So we want to make this school bigger so that we can give allowance for fish farming and other courses that I mentioned.
I have a follow-up question. Thank you for your answer.
Yes.
Do you have a curriculum created already?
Oh, thank you very much. That one, I did the curriculum here at Kanthari. It is already in my spice box. I'll be carrying it home. I have it. I've created one here.
Okay, that's so beautiful to know. And to curriculum, and how will you go about it?
When I go, first of all, I'll do a workshop with my teachers. Then from there, my teachers will know what we want to do so that we can give our children an opportunity to think themselves through this curriculum that we are going to bring them.
Okay. Thank you, Nancy.
Thank you.
Can we have the next question from Shreya, please?
Hi. Wow, Nancy, you're such a boss lady. I'm really inspired by your journey and your whole personality. So congratulations for that. My question is somewhat similar to Odunayu's. You said that you want to construct a building which requires a lot of investment, infrastructure, time and expertise. And I'm sure there must be other schools or similar infrastructure or spaces which you can use in the meanwhile. Have you considered using already existing spaces for your activities? Because there are plenty like beekeeping and farming, and there are a lot of activities that you plan to do, and I'm sure there'll be much more activities you'll be adding to your curriculum. What is your take on using what we already have?
Thank you very much. The place we are using right now, I said it was a former beer hall, that place. So for us, the place is too small. I already have a land, 15 hectares. So we want to utilize what we have. That land, that's where we want to build this school. Yes.
Do you already have some sort of investment for that? And what is your plan if you don't have it already?
We already bought a land. We have 15 hectares land that we have. So the only thing is just building the school.
But you will require a lot of money to build the actual building. Like there has to be proper infrastructure, even the furnishing and everything else that needs to be done. Do you have any budget or an investment in hand for that?
Thank you very much. We are going to ask for some scholarships that will help us to develop our school. We are also going to, we have our driving school already. The driving school that we are using for now, we get a little money from that. So from that, we will just try to buy available resources that we can.
Yeah. What would be the time period when you think you will be ready with the building?
1 year.
1 year?
Yes.
Okay. Although I do think it's really like far-fetched to get finances and actually build a building in 1 year, but if you're able to do that, kudos to you, and I really look forward to that building. I'm just concerned about the finances and actual building of that whole project.
Thank you very much for the building. We are not just going to build the whole structure at once, but we will build classroom by classroom, classroom by classroom, yes.
Okay, okay. All the best.
Thank you.
All right. Can we have the next question from Sony, please?
Hello, Nancy. You are a strong woman.
Thank you.
So my first question is, how do you finance your existing school? You are running a school right now,
yes,
right?
Yes.
How do you manage to get funds? What is the source of income?
For now, we only have a driving school. That driving school, we get money from it. We are paying our teachers from that money. That is why I said it's now too small for the teachers, a driving school.
Okay. Driving school is the only income you have right now?
Yes.
Okay. So I would like to know about the curriculum, your current curriculum. Can you explain about it?
All right. In our country right now, the curriculum that even me, the curriculum that was used for me, even when I was to school, I noticed different, they must be different from the curriculum that I'm going to come out with. Because this curriculum that I want our children to know is to use their hands, to think outside the box, to find, to solve problems by themselves, and not always to be teacher-centric like our old curriculum, whereby the teacher is standing the whole day, is teaching up to the end of the day.
Okay, so my last question is, you are already running a school.
Yes.
And now you have finished the Kanthari course here.
Yes.
So what change are you going to bring into your project?
Thank you very much. First of all, I came here to Kanthari, I had no idea on budget. So from here, I got the skill of budget, I got the skill of running an organization as the founder. Good policies, having some contracts with my teachers, everything, I was just doing it just random. But with this Kanthari, my tools, I can run an organization that everyone all over will come and see the organization run by a Kanthari. A Kanthari has no competitor, you know our slogan, a true Kanthari.
Can we take a quick question from Archana?
Okay, hi Nancy.
Hi.
First of all, I really have to admire your spirit.
Thank
You bring life into the room.
Thank you.
And I also liked how clear your vision is. You know the specific challenges from birth certificate to early marriages. You know exactly what, and also the curriculum that you talked about, keeping in mind the socio-economic situation that the children would be getting into. I love the clarity of thought. I think most of the questions have been taken, but the one thing I really wanted to know is, like how Sony asked, right now your school is being funded by the driving school.
Yes.
Once you set up a 15-hectare property with all these variety of, the kind of activities that you're planning to do. And you also mentioned that, you know, there is always a shortage of trained teachers and resources and everything, and books and all of that. A driving school alone would not be definitely enough to address that entire crowd of children that you want to, and especially all those activities. So do you have anything else in mind other than, you know, how else do you raise funds? Because you have the space to do it.
Yes, when I came here, it was only about my driving school. But from here, I was taught to write some proposals, to do crowdfunding. So when I go, I will start to put into practice the tools that I got from here. Yes.
Thank you. All right, the room just became super energetic quickly, huh? Well, let's keep up the energy. We will be breaking for a short break and request all of you to be back in the auditorium 5 minutes before the session starts.
Yeah, we have a half-an-hour break, so 5 minutes before. So everybody, see you soon after the break.
Thank you.
Just monitor the sound, it's okay. Wait. Can you turn on the monitor?
I know that. This is, yes.
And it's not on that setting?
Yeah, which one?
On the rehearsal setting?
No.
Why not?
I did it wrong. That was different, no?
Which? You mean the streaming is different?
Not streaming, the device. I was using the other laptop. This is his laptop.
Yeah, yeah. Check, check,
Yeah, now it's perfect.
check. In Kasargod, everything is all messed up. That's why I'm going to solve all the problems. Check, check.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
എന്തുവാ സംസാരിക്കേണ്ടത് ഹെൽപ്പ് 3 ഹീറോസ് ടു റീഗെയിൻ ഫ്രീ മൂവ്മെൻറ്റ് ഫണ്ട് campaign by Eltrude Okeyo, Kisumu KE community. Story update 0, donors 2, followers 1. Help 3 old people restore their campaign story. What does it mean to grow old? Is it to lose the golden glory? മതിയാകുമ്പോൾ മര്യാദയ്ക്ക് നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞു. What does it mean to grow old? Is it to lose the golden glory? Is it to lose the ability to become human anymore? Does it guarantee loneliness and isolation? Is it packed with regrets and bitterness? Or does it come with the recommendation? Correct. Shariyaya. Shariyaya. Okay. Or does it come with the recommendation to have no access to basics like food, medication, and even water? My name is Eltrude and I'm from Kenya. At the age of 11 years, I lost my grandmother. I'm not saddened that she died, but what hurts me is the agony she went through before her death. She needed medication but never got it. She begged for food, water, and even little attention, but no one felt she was worth it. Seeing so many other old people in my village undergo the same situation as my grandmother, I volunteered at various organizations. I'm not seeing so many other old people in my village undergo the same situation as my grandmother, I volunteered at various organizations and worked with aged persons at a personal level to help me understand what it meant to grow old. Right now, I am at Kanthari in India and I am pursuing social visionary training that is equipping me with the skills to run RIECO organization, where we will adopt the model of a village within a village that integrates the aged and the young people together through carrying out activities such as photography, board games, and kitchen gardening, among others. Our beneficiaries are old people who are not able to walk, find food to eat, with no shelter, and even have access to medication. Allow me to introduce to you 3 of our old people. Pascalia is 81 years old. She slipped and fell down on the floor while walking out of her house 2 years ago. Since then, she has not been able to get up on her own. She totally depends on help from family members to move her from one place to the other. At times, since then, at times she has to stay in the house all day when there are no one to get her out. Life is so unbearable for her ever since she lost her ability to move. She is, however, hopeful that with the help of a wheelchair she can move independently and do some of her personal chores. Luinda, who is 76 years, was always taking care of her grandchildren who were left with her after the tragic death of her 2 sons. She was working on a rice plantation all her life. During one of her normal working days, she got a bite in the water while weeding on a rice farm, and she developed a stroke on one side of her body and soon became paralyzed. She can use one side of her hand. Her greatest cry is the loss of friends she had, since she can no longer move without any support. Community members claim she is paying for her sins of being witchcraft. Is it possible to help her walk again? She feels isolated and neglected since nobody cares about her anymore. Rispa, who is 89 years, is weighing over 100 kgs. She feels a lot of pain when the family members have to drag her in and out of her house. She is too heavy, and this makes her avoid even going to toilet. Her bladder is becoming weak and weaker, and she can no longer hold urine anymore. Her plea is to find a wheelchair so she can ease the stress of her family members are facing, while also helping her get in a position to carry out some activities by herself, like bathing. All the old people we see today were once children. They grew and became youths, and finally, they are old. This is clear enough to start that if all goes well and we do not die then we will surely grow old. We all need a hand at some point in life, and this time, Luinda, Rispa, Pasquiala desperately need your support. I am requesting well-wishers to help us raise $1,492 to buy 3 wheelchairs. The cost for each of the wheelchair is $4,970. The wheelchair will help us restore respect and dignity to the 3 old people, since they will be able to move around, reduce pain incurred due to being carried, and even fight loneliness. Help us bring a smile to the 3 faces. Thank you for standing with an old person. Show less. Check now. മതിയോ ഇനി ഒന്നും കൂടെ വായിക്കേണ്ടി വരും. മതിയോ? Okay, next. Go get funding. Peace for art. Piece of art. Campaign story. My name is Angwere Claude Che, and I am a holder of a bachelor degree in performing and fine arts. I founded the Collective Arts Development Association in Cameroon, a non-profit organization whose vision is to build a zero substance use and abuse society. Due to the present political instability in my region, many youth suffer from displacement, drug use and abuse, incomplete educations and unemployment. ശരിയായോ? മതിയോ? വായിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കണോ? അല്ല, I'm still. No, we'll come down. Testing the sound of the live stream. സംസാരിക്കണോ? കുറച്ച് ഡിലേ ഉണ്ടല്ലേ? 7:30. എൻ്റെ schedule. You 8? start with Claude again, okay? My name is Angwere Claude Che, and I'm a holder of a bachelor degree in performing and fine arts. I founded the Collective Arts Development Association in Cameroon, a non-profit organization whose vision is to build a zero substance use and abuse society. Due to the present political instability in my region, many youths suffer from displacement, drug use and abuse, incomplete educations and unemployment. CARDA's mission is to transform the mindset of ex-child soldiers, convicts and drug addicts in the age of 12 to 25, using life skills and vocational education for their mental, psychological, social and economic development. Our values are based on respect, fairness, inclusiveness, transparency, accountability and equal opportunity for all, irrespective of age, sex, gender, racial, religious, tribal or geographic background. We are a team of visual performing, handicraft and audiovisual art facilitators with experience from trainings and youth-led projects. We train youth to become problem solvers, creative and critical thinkers, how to increase self-awareness and manage stress in times of crisis. We strive to enable them to make positive judgments in social interactions and personal issues. We further encourage youth to practice eco-art using natural and easily accessible raw materials such as stones, leaves, earth and tree branches in order to create works of art. We do this since we believe that there is an emotional connection between us as humans and our natural environment and ecological system. The money raised in this campaign will be used to execute an art project titled Youths and Visual Art Activism for Social Change, where the beneficiaries will be involved in visual art productions. We also plan to organize the first African Biennale in Bamenda, Cameroon. This project will include 15 participants from a marginalized community and group. The goal of the project is to prevent substance use and abuse among youths and to use art as a tool for creating a peaceful community. Both projects will encourage youths to modify their beliefs and adopt preventive behaviors. As part of our activities, we will provide rehabilitation, psychological support, psychosocial support, and counseling and reintegration strategies to our beneficiaries. Angwere Aza. I'm a visual, performing, audiovisual, and handicraft artist and founded the Collective Arts Development Society, CARDA. Campaign story. What does it mean to grow old? Is it to lose the golden glory? Is it to lose the ability to become human anymore? Does it guarantee loneliness and isolation? Is it packed with regrets and bitterness? Or does it come with the recommendation to have no access to basics like food, medication, and even water? My name is Eltrude. I'm from Kenya. At the age of 11 years, I lost my grandmother. I'm not saddened that she died, but what hurts me is the agony she went through before her death. She needed medication, but she never got it. She begged for food, water, and even little attention, but no one felt she was worth it. Seeing so many other old people in my village undergo the same situation as my grandmother, I volunteered at various organizations and worked with aged persons at a personal level to help me understand what it meant to grow old. Right now, I'm at Kanthari in India, and I'm pursuing social visionary training that is equipping me with skills to run RIECO organization, where we will adopt the model of a village within a village that integrates the aged and the young people together through carrying out activities such as photography, board games, and kitchen gardening, among others. Our beneficiaries are old people who are not able to walk, find food to eat, with no shelter, and even have access to medication. Allow me to introduce you to the three of our old people. Pascalia is 81 years old. She slipped and fell down on the floor while walking. She slipped and fell down on the floor while walking out of the house 2 years ago. Since then, she is not able to get up on her own. She totally depends on help from family. Adu Chako, Surji, Aravind, Paul, Kerike, Merara. Oh. We are testing the sound. Please excuse us. Help 3 heroes to regain free movement. Help 3 heroes to regain free movement. Fundraising campaign by Eltrude Okeyo. Ini Luinda and Vaikam. Luinda, who is 76 years, was always taking care of her grandchildren who were left with her after the tragic death of her 2 sons. She was working in a rice plantation all her life. During one of her normal working days, she got a bite in the water while weeding on a rice farm, and she developed a stroke on one side of her body and soon became paralyzed. She can use one side of her hand. Her greatest cry is the loss of friends she had since she can no longer move without any support. Community members claim she is paying for her sins of being a witchcraft. Is it possible to help her walk again? She feels isolated and neglected since nobody cares about her anymore. Risper, who's 89 years, is weighing over 100 kgs. Okay. She feels a lot of pain with the family members have to drag her in and out of the house. She's too heavy and this makes her avoid even going to toilet. The meeting has ended after. Okay. Sorry, I did not end it. Test your sound. Her bladder is becoming weak and weaker and she can no longer hold urine anymore. Her plea is to find a wheelchair so that she can ease the stress her family members are facing, while also helping her get in a position to carry out some of her activities by herself, like bathing. All the old people we see today were once children. They grew and became youths, and finally, they are old. This is clear enough to start that if all goes well and we do not die, then we will surely grow old. We all need a hand at some point in life, and this time it is Luinda, Rispa and Paksaila, desperate in need of your support. Paskailia. I am requesting well-wishers to help us raise $1,492 to buy 3 wheelchairs. The cost for each of the wheelchair is $497. The wheelchairs will help us restore respect and dignity to the 3 old people, since they will be able to move around, reduce pain incurred due to being carried, and even fight loneliness. Help us bring a smile to the 3 faces. Thank you for standing with an old person. Social dignity and occupational safety for environmental soldiers. പോയി കഴിക്കുക. വായിക്കാൻ തുടങ്ങാറായോ? What comes to your mind if you think of a rag picker? A man, dirty, poorly clothed, roaming around to search for waste material in a pile of trash? However, most rag pickers are women or young children who are hardworking to feed their families. My name is Balagan. വായിക്കണ്ടായിരുന്നോ? My name is Balagan. I will start an organization named Aim a Big in the Vellore district in Tamil Nadu, India. I grew up in a middle class family. While finishing school, I was forced to work in a leather factory. There, I found an extension of leather damaging, waste generating, and value waste executed in the process of production and consumption, involved by and for the people's needs. I created my passion for waste management, and later I finished my master's. കാന്താരിയുടെ വെബ്സൈറ്റ് വായിക്കട്ടെ. ഞാൻ എന്ത് വായിക്കാനാ? There are numerous challenges in the world today.
Volume check, volume check. This was minus 13.
13, 15, 10.
ഇത് ഓഫ് ചെയ്തേക്കാം.
റീസെറ്റ് ചെയ്യാം. അല്ല അത് കടന്നോട്ടെ. അതിന് റീസെറ്റ് ചെയ്യാനുള്ള ഓപ്ഷൻ ഉണ്ട്. അതാ ഇവിടെ.
Check, volume check.
എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നു ക്ലിയർ ആണ്. ഇപ്പൊ എന്താ പ്രശ്നമുള്ളത്?
Volume check. Oh. Volume. 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 Check. ഇത് താഴെ കൊണ്ടുവരാം. Volume check. Volume check. Is it distorted? Check. If you fill this in garbage trucks and line them up, the distance would cover. Picture. Now who takes care of this waste? Do you ever think about the millions of people? Is it distorted? No. Hello, check. Down. Yeah, okay. Check, check. Let's go eat, man.
So welcome back, everybody. After this short break, I hope the audience present here is full now. I mean, full of stomach, and also tummy full. And also, we welcome for all the audience watching us from around the world through our live streaming channel. So it's the second segment of the first day of Kanthari Talk 2022. Sonora, shall we introduce our panel?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Just like our previous
Your microphone does not seem working. Okay.
Am I audible now?
Yeah.
Amazing. Okay. So just like our first session, we have a team of panelists present here with us and a team of panelists present with us online. I would first like to start with Priya Joshi. Priya works at the intersection of food cultures and social and economic sustainability, supporting and developing systems to enable equal access to food, proliferate food wisdom, and preserve diverse food cultures. She has more than 19 years of work experience in engineering and professional services industries with deep skills in systems and organization design, strategy, strategic workforce management, change management, capability development, and inclusion and diversity. She has a keen interest and deep knowledge of diverse world food cultures, contemporary food systems, and their impact on social and economic issues.
We welcome you, Priya. Happy to have you again.
Also present with us, we have Srijata. She is a leader in HR with more than 22 years of experience. She has worked in the IT industry in FMCG companies and in consulting, closely advising Indian and global CXO leaders on talent strategies and HR transformations. She is currently the head of HR of Accenture's technology business in India.
Welcome you, Srijata.
Let us get to know our online panelists. First on the panel, we have Smita Sharma. She is an independent multimedia journalist with nearly 2 decades of experience. She has worked in a range of roles with leading Indian newsrooms such as DD News, CNN IBN, India Today, TV9, as well as internationally for TRT World, DW News, just to name a few. Her articles and analysis have been published in leading publications including the Hindustan Times, The Hindu, Huffington Post, The Wire, and many more.
Welcome, Smita.
Hi, good to be back again. Thank you so much for having me.
Next on the panel is Alaba Lawrence Afere from Nigeria. He is the founder and CEO of Springboard and a Kanthari graduate from 2012. As a social entrepreneur and farmer, he is a founding member of the Innovative Cooperative for Optimal Nutrition, abbreviated as ICON. This was launched by 17 social entrepreneurs and Ashoka Fellows to scale up social innovations for nutrition in West Africa. Springboard so far has trained over 3,000 farmers in 30-plus communities in Nigeria.
Welcome you, Lawrence.
Hello, good to see you.
Also on the panel, we have Adebite Toby from Nigeria. He is a social entrepreneur and the founder of Entojutu. Entojutu focuses on aiding African communities to transition to using earth-friendly methods. His main tool is a fly, the black soldier fly to be precise. The fly transforms organic waste into useful resources that help rural farmers become sustainable. To date, Entojutu has trained 137 rural farmers across 7 African communities in Nigeria, Kenya, and Ghana. Entojutu has set up 5 adoption centers across these communities to empower them by nature. Toby is passionate about changing the narrative of communities, the environment, agriculture, and climate change in Africa.
Welcome you, Toby.
Okay, all right. Now I am all charged up to start up our next session. And you know what that means when I'm all charged up?
I know, that's a question again.
Yes, I have a question for you, Shrishti.
Okay, give it to me.
Did you know that Indonesia has 17,000 islands? Yes, and only 7,000 of them are inhabited by people.
Really?
Yes.
But let me also ask you a question, not only you.
Okay.
But did you know that Papua Indonesia shares the same island to another country called Papua New Guinea?
Oh my God, all of this is so confusing. You know what? I would rather hear more from a Papuan himself. Please put your hands together in applause for Johan Andres Halawan from Papua, Indonesia.
The song reflects about how beautiful Papua Islands was. But what's going on today in Papua? Deforestation due to industrial farming with monoculture system threat indigenous Malin community existence. Data show that the most significant forest destruction in Papua, Indonesia occurred in my city, Merauke. In the name of development, since 1970s, our national government was established a transmigration program where people from outsets like Sumatra, Kalimantan, Java, Maluku, and Timor came and occupied Papua. Why did it come to Papua, especially in Merauke? Because Merauke is the most fertile island of region in Papua. By the way, in 2010, my hometown was declared the Merauke Integrated Food and Energy Estate, which basically it means to become rice capital. 500,000 hectares of forest was cut down and replaced with rice and palm trees. They didn't stop. They want to extend from 500,000 to 1 million hectares for industrial farming and logging. May someone of you are wondering why I'm talking about Malin community. Let me tell you. My grandma, she came from Malin tribe, and she told a lot of me stories about her childhood. In the past, people usually call our ancestor with the giant from South Papua. Why? Because those held big and tall. Exactly. This is related with the healthy native food they eat. And you will wonder why I'm so small like this. Well, in the meantime, we had a lot of industrial food. Could there be a connection, right? But the most importantly, our ancestors, they had traditional farming method called wambat. Wambat is the part of the cultivation technique. Before they planting like the seed, they must make like embankment with the long bed, because in the past they lived in the swampy lowland area and had much water. So they need to make like a barrier. And afterward, they will plant it like cassava, potato, banana, or any kind of trees, fruits, and vegetables on the top on embankment. For the lower side, they make like the fish pond. It's really amazing for me, because in the past, our ancestors, they had the great idea to make the integrated farming system combined among fish ponds, animal husbandry, and agroforestry. But unfortunately, the wambat practice is discontinued. Why? Because 50 years ago, agriculture project or program focused on planting industrial farming system and believed that the one thing to plant was rice, rice, and rice. And I believe so too. I remember when I applied to Kanthari, I strongly promoted conventional agriculture because I believe rice is everything. And I come here, like all of us, but suddenly the participants and catalysts were questioning my ideas and criticizing me for why I wanted to destroy my community with chemical fertilizer and pesticide. Through all of the learning process, visit tour in India, slowly I changed my mind. I called my beneficiaries. I tried to explain to them about downside or harms of industrial farming system. But immediately they told me, Andre, what happened with you? Why you change your mind? Where's our tractor that you promised? What did Kanthari do to you? And did they switch off the phone? Won't talk to me anymore. Yeah, I know. They were angry with me. But I don't want to give up. So I decide to found my organization, Dahetok Mila, which means back to the root. Exactly, I need my community back to the root with the local crops and the traditional farming system. To achieve all of this, I have two strategies. One, strong focus on planting local crops, herbs, and trees. And two, practicing agroforestry, which has a lot of benefits, such as economic aspect, increasing sustainability, income generating, ecologic aspect, improving healthy soil through diverse crops, psychological aspect, provide a sense of security because we believe they can plant local crops. And the last one is spiritual aspect. They can be connected with ancestral word, custom, and culture. Indians say, my meal is not complete without rice. Italians say, my meal is not complete without pasta, bueno. And Kenyans say, my meal is not complete without ugali, yummy yummy. Imagine, someone comes to you and replace your staple food that you love with something completely different and you don't like it. This has happened in Papua 50 years ago. Back then, our meal was not complete without sago, banana, and coconut. But suddenly, we had planted and eat rice, and sago is almost gone, and rice is occupying all of our field. In this time of crisis, don't we be more considerate of traditional crops that is locally grown? It's not only suitable for the environment and climate, but also for our health. Thank you.
All right, let us start this Q&A session with Priya.
Can you hear me? Okay. Andre, well, you have such a beautiful voice, and your headdress is fantastic.
Thank you.
Great to see you after so long.
Yes.
I had a comment, maybe a question. I think what you have decided to work on is incredibly important in many parts of the world. Definitely important in Papua, as you have described it, but it is important everywhere, which is to not lose, as you have written, our connection to the roots, and food is a big part of it, so it's great. But doing this is also quite complex, meaning, to change it in one farm, and your paper says that you have 3 farmers with whom you will be working.
Yes.
What I want to ask you is, what are you envisaging in the near future, say in the next 6 months to 1 year? Is it to set up a training center where you will impart knowledge and skills about agroforestry? Or are you thinking that you will create an agroforest yourself when you go back home? Can you talk about that a bit?
Okay, thank you, Priya. This is my questions. For my next step after Kanthari, okay, right now I had 3 beneficiaries, because before I had like the many beneficiaries, but they leave me alone because they don't want to work with me. Yeah, because I changed my project, and then I have 3, and then I will go with them with their field, because right now they have the field, I don't have field, and then we will create a training program with them, and then I also working together with the local governments, especially in the agriculture sector. So they say, okay, we can go in this Sota village, and then we start with the vanilla cultivations, and then this is like my first step when I want to go with my beneficiaries, because right now I don't have a field, and
so
then
they have agreed to change their rice field to a more diverse.
Honestly, in the Sota village, for the three of my beneficiaries, they don't have the rice field on there, but they have the forest. But the forest is the destructions because illegal logging. And then when I'm talking about the agroforestry, when we can try to find another way, and then how to finance your economic, and they said, okay, agroforestry, maybe we can choose this one. Because for me, agroforestry, when you go with the diverse crops, like the chili, like the cucumber, or any kinds of vegetables and fruits, you can take a lot of benefit from agroforestry. So they accept my idea, and then we can go together.
Okay, well, best of luck. You have a lot of work to do, so I wish you the best.
Thank you, Priya.
Over to you, Srijata.
Thank you. Andrea, I think some of the questions that you are asking and seeking to answer, the world is also seeking to find answers for that. So hopefully you will lead the way, and all the best for your project. I think one thing I took away obviously is that what you are trying to do is a little bit against perhaps what the government policy is or the government vision is for the region. And of course there is people who are now last 50 years who are used to industrial farming. So resistance will perhaps be part of your journey. Do you have any thought of how are you going to kind of take people along with your vision and not have a lot of angry people cutting phones on you?
Yeah, I know exactly. Maybe I will facing the great problems in the future when I try to against the government programs, because I know industrial farming is coming from the government programs. And then I said, no, I don't want to against them. I will find the beneficiaries, especially the local people, and they don't have experience to planting like rice. We can go with the agroforestry, and then, okay, step by step, maybe we can try to convince the other people about what the downside of the agroforestry system, about the industrial farming system, such as the rice. And then my little step, and then I want to work with the not many people for the first step. I think 3 or 5 is enough to make the confidence. And because in the Papua, people always want to work with you when they see what the benefit you get from the particular things. And then when they see, and they say, okay, this is nice, we can go together. And then this is like my little step to work with them. One by one, I work and I try to convince them about what the benefit of the agroforestry systems. I hope it will be running very well in the future.
All the best to you.
Okay, moving on to the online panelists. Can we have a question from Smita?
Hi, Andre, and hello to everybody out here in Kanthari. I agree with Priya. You have a lovely voice. Really enjoyed that little bit of music at the start.
Thank you.
Andre, I just want, it's very interesting because in India right now, we kind of see a situation where farmers are being asked essentially to diversify crops. Many of them are even being asked to move away from staple crops because either the groundwater depletion has happened or the soil quality has grown toxic. So it's a sort of a different story. But, in the phase 1 of growth, when I'm looking at your training series and part, and have you been able to do the soil study in some local area where you think that going back to the roots, as you say, that it's really, how costly an affair will it be? And you said that it is going to be sustainable. Have you actually done field studies for it on the ground?
Yes, thank you for the questions. I remember when on the Mart, I go with the one expert in this field, in the agriculture field, and we check about the soil quality. And then, because at that time we project about the vanilla value, and he said, okay, this soil is the great, and then maybe we can go with the agroforestry, because in the agroforestry you can planting many kinds of trees or fruits or vegetables, and we choose vanilla plantations because right now in Papua, especially in my city, Merauke, vanilla plantation is like the viral. So every indigenous people, they want to planting vanilla. But honestly, they don't know exactly about the vanilla plantations. They don't have enough knowledge about that. So I try to connect them with the expert of vanilla, and then we study about the weather, the seasons, and also the soil, and then it's done in the March. But for the future, I want to do a little bit more, little bit deep, to know about the vanilla plantations and the soil quality also in another place, not in the Sota village, because right now, like the 5 or 7 village in my city, they're always planting vanilla plantation. So I think this is a good opportunity to work with the expert to check the quality of soil and order and also the weather in our city.
All the best.
Thank you.
Over to you, Lawrence.
Thank you, Adrian. By the way, congratulations. And then I actually enjoyed your guitar sound. Yeah, I think that was nice. And then I like your name, the Diotok Mila, which means returning to roots, and that's very good. Okay, so organic farming is very expensive because I do that in Nigeria. So I want to know, how will you ensure that farmers actually join this movement, and how will you be able to sustain the project? Maybe when you answer this, I have one or two questions as a follow-up.
Yeah, thank you, Lawrence. I know organic farming is very expensive, because when you're talking about the organic fertilizer, it took a long time to create the organic fertilizer for the compost. For the organic fertilizer, maybe you can spend like the one month, and the compost maybe you can spend like the 6 months, and then after that you need much money. And I try to convince them, because right now we have many the material of organic fertilizer all surrounding us in our village. So when I make a study with my friends, and we said, okay, we can use this leaf, we can use the wheat, we can use the grass, we can use any kind of like coconut. In coconut also we can use like with the coconut powder and the coconut shell. We put together and created the organic fertilizer. And they say, when we want to do with the organic farming, I know exactly it's the very high, but this is good for your better future and good for your better health. And they say, okay, maybe it's not easy, because we try to explain one by one, and not just only one time. I spent like the 6 months to convince them. And they said, okay, we can do, but how we can support? This is why I come to Kanthari. I try to learning about how to make the fundraising, how to make the crowdfunding to support my project, and also to support my beneficiaries. The one thing I think is the very special when I'm talking about the organic fertilizer and organic farming, we can put together, because it's very expensive, and I don't want my beneficiaries depressed or they don't want to working with me again, because when we're talking about the high price of the organic farming, is not good. But I try to promise, and I try to give them this is knowledge. When we go with whatever we have surrounding us, we can go. And then, yeah, they understand about my solutions, and they want to work with me. Like this, Lawrence.
Okay, yeah, I think that's a good one. But you would have to think so much about the markets. I'm just curious about the organic food market in Indonesia. How big is it?
Organic market in Indonesia, especially in Morocco, is not too big. It's not too big. But for the future, I think with my organization too, I want to create the market, especially organic market. And then we can provide a marketplace, and then we can put product from my beneficiaries, come to my market or come to the Dietok market, and then we can share. We can sell to customer. And then right now also, I think people realize and they understand about what the benefit of the organic products. And then maybe for the future, I think when we educated people more and more, they exactly we know what the benefit of the organic products.
Okay. Good luck with your project. I look forward to relating with you in future.
Thank you, Lawrence.
So thank you, Andre, for that wonderful speech. And now, as we know that after every speech is here, we have been also watching a short movie of our alumni who have already made their dream come true. So the next movie we'll actually be watching of one of our online panelists. That is of Lawrence. He was my batch. It was 2012. And I remember how passionate he was. Like every time we searched, we used to find Lawrence in his office, searching for his project and developing it. So he has this springboard, which is now running in full-fledged in Nigeria. So yes, let's watch the springboard movie together.
Mébọ̀ yẹn bá mi lọ́fíìsì. Mébọ̀ yẹn.
They like being filmed, I guess.
Yeah. The life here is different from what we have in our Korea town. So for me, it's my dream to move to this place permanently next year. I want to be closer to these people, I want to be closer to this place. And then I want to decongest the cities. Life here is better. We can create a lot of opportunities here. Welcome to Nigeria. Welcome to Springboard Farms, and then here this is our boundary. We have over 30 hectares of farmland here for our farmers. In Nigeria, a lot of people are becoming sick. If you get to the hospital, you see people are being rushed in as a result of food poisoning. It's been discovered that this is caused by the chemicals that we use on the farmland, and Springboard wants to change this, and that's why we practice full and total organic farming, because we want Nigerians to be healthy, we want our environment to be healthy, we want the soil to be healthy. Springboard is the largest organic producers in Nigeria. Nigeria has less than 2,000 organic farmers. We have millions of farmers in the country. So the challenge is that a lot of people are not aware of organic food. But in the big cities like Lagos and Abuja, rich ones are beginning to get conscious of the kind of food that they eat. So for people in Akure, they are not aware. So Springboard is creating a huge awareness campaign, and we're also trying to create markets in Lagos and Abuja, because the rich ones actually import organic food from Europe to Nigeria to eat. So we can produce that in Nigeria, and that's what Springboard is doing. Millions of young Nigerians are unemployed, and we have more than 50 million hectares of farmland that are not being used currently. In the last 6-7 years, we have trained over 1,000 young people. We train them and put them into network, into cooperatives to start their farms. We put them into groups of 5, and then we give them farmland, we give them tools, we give them seeds, we give them everything that they need to start their own farms.
I didn't believe I'm going to get the land for free. Then I have to come and see for myself if that is true. So we are on 4 currently doing the farming now. The 80% goes into all them. We share it among us, and the 20% goes into Springboard. And from there, it's bringing money to our table. It serves as a source of income for us.
I see myself as a corporate farmer, not just a farmer on a small scale. I see myself being a large-scale farmer, because agriculture is more to money like a revolution.
At Springboard, we have trained 3,408 small-scale farmers in 33 communities in Nigeria. About 1,000 of these farmers have become members of our farmers cooperative, and we also work with about 508 rural women that we empower to run village enterprises. And our farmers' main crops are cacao, which we call cocoa in Nigeria, and plantain. In total, our work currently benefits over 20,000 rural people.
Okay, so the fun part of having a hybrid offline and online event is that people that cannot be here can also get to contribute and talk about what they feel. So let's hear some comments.
So we have few comments in the chat box here from the live stream. There is someone saying, much needed Charlotte, now that's a real change maker. Congratulations Charlotte, that's beautiful. Great work, Nancy. Nduku, you rocked it with your compelling story of Zuma Africa. Charlotte, you wove a great narrative around Propolis' mission to heal society. Gautam, the light of firefly shines bright across Kasaragod to transform your home society. Nancy, the resilient, unstoppable story of Tamaranashi Trust, which holds the beacon of education high for 1,600 unprivileged children in Zimbabwe, inspires all of us. Gautam, you rock. Great work, team. Well done, Andre. Go change the narrative in your country. Andre, amazing. Come to action in Papua, Indonesia. We are watching you from Papua. With local community, we are Papua. Pray for you. Thank you.
Okay, that was super sweet. Before that, we saw a movie of Florence. Shrishti, wasn't he your batch from 2012?
Yes, that's what I said, yeah.
All right, so it's been about 10 years since you've been a social change maker.
Yeah.
How has your experience been?
Oh, my experience? So, yeah, I mean, looking back and where I'm here today, I see a huge transformation on myself, you know. I always consider Kanthari as a place where I found myself again. You know, I was a very shy girl when I came here and became a strong woman in the duration. So here where I found, like, you know, I wanted to work with blind people, being blind myself. Like being blind at the age of 16, I was shocked. But coming here, I learned how to make my shocking life into the rocking life. And I started Blind Rocks, you know, using art as a tool, traveling all around the world. So yeah, I mean, I think lot to go, but have reached far also, I would say.
Okay. How has your experience with your beneficiaries been?
With my beneficiaries, like, see, it was not that easy, you know, when we go back, when we are here, everybody are social change maker, they believe in your dream, you feel like, you know, everything is gonna happen. Suddenly you go back, then there is reverse culture shock, right? So people are not understanding your dream, they're not believing it. So it was the similar case for me, especially since I wanted to introduce like dance, fashion, adventure for blind people, which is not common at all. So every time like people were hesitant to enroll into my activities, they thought like, why is this necessary? You know, it's just an entertainment, it's just a leisure activities. Is there any importance of this for blind people? Maybe they rather need a job. So it was hard for me to convince or make understand that these are also the skills that we need to to have self-integration into the mainstream society. So slowly I had few blind people joining my workshop, and I think they became my, source of encouragement, because they started to say like, hey, actually I realized these are activities that I need in my life, and it actually brings a change. And then they also started to talk to their other friends, so more and more blind people started to come. So though the non-disabled community sometimes was still against, my own community were very convinced that these were important in life, so that kept me also going.
That's awesome. Okay, you talked about art.
Yeah.
Right? And are you a purple Kanthari?
Of course, that's not even a question. Yes, I am a purple Kanthari. Now wait, Nora. So since we already came towards the color, right? Let's talk about some other colors of Kanthari.
Yes.
Tell me, red Kanthari.
A red Kanthari is an advocate or an activist.
Yes, exactly. Like a red Kanthari chili. You bite into it, immediately you have a fire in your belly. That's a red Kanthari. So, green?
A green Kanthari is an initiator.
Yes, like give example.
A green Kanthari,
Like
you tell me an example.
Like starting a school, right? Those kind of. So it's also like the green Kanthari chili. When you bite, it starts a bit sweeter in the beginning, but slowly and steadily it goes fiery and fiery, right? The fire starts burning. So that's green Kanthari, who starts sweet, but there's spice slowly.
Next we
And
have
orange. I
Yes,
will
yes.
ask, not you. Because you are always in the question asking mood.
Okay, so what is your question?
Orange Kanthari.
An orange Kanthari. An orange Kanthari is a social entrepreneur.
Yes, using a social business as a tool, right? So could you remember any of our Kantharis?
We have quite a few Kantharis. Like for example, we have Toby, who uses social entrepreneurship.
Exactly, he's
as a
also in the
tool.
panel.
Yes.
So now what about the yellow Kanthari?
A yellow Kanthari, that's fun. They are inventors or innovators.
Yes, those who invents and innovates for
Yes.
social change.
So are using technology as a tool.
Yes.
To social change. For example, we have Satya from the 2018 batch.
Yes.
All right. Okay, I think now it's time for us to, get to know our next speaker.
Wait, Nora.
Why?
I'm still not done with my question asking mood now. Not only you can ask me questions. So okay,
Please.
now since it's time to call for the speaker, I'll ask question about it. So you are from Nigeria.
Yes, I am.
Have you been to your neighboring country, Cameroon?
No, unfortunately not.
No.
But we all know that it is an extremely beautiful place.
Yeah.
Now, did you know that Cameroon is also called as the miniature Africa?
Oh, really?
Yes, that is because in Cameroon you can find everything that Africa as a continent is known for.
Oh, then I think they should have beautiful forest, beautiful flora and faunas also, right?
Yes, they do. But we also hear that all of that is in danger. Yeah. So the next person or the next speaker will tell us more about that. Please welcome on stage Kutamafa Cornelius from Cameroon.
This is topsoil. Wouldn't you like to know what topsoil means? On the one hand, it is sand, and on the other hand, it is clay. And it is much more than just that. Topsoil is alive. It is re-alive. In it, there are ants, there are beetles, and roots, and millions of microorganisms living and acting in the topsoil. Let's have a look. I was born on a farm. I grew up on a farm. And I wanted to become a priest. This is topsoil. Would you like to know what topsoil means? On the one hand, it is sand, and on the other hand, it is clay. And it is much more than just that. Topsoil is alive. It is really alive. In it, there are ants, there are beetles, and roots, and worms, and billions of many tiny microorganisms living in the topsoil. Let's have a look. I was born on a farm. I grew up on a farm, and I wanted to become a priest. And so I started my secondary education in Bishop Rogan College, a minor seminary in Boya in Cameroon. Everything was going on well, not until the 4th year when I was advised to withdraw. I cried for a whole day. I refused to eat and even denied to go on holidays. Luckily, my father spoke with the bishop, and I was transferred to St. Joseph's College, Sase, where I obtained my General Certificate of Education Advanced level. Immediately I obtained my advanced level certificate, things changed. I did not go directly to the university with my classmates. My parents died. I was frustrated for 2 years. I looked for solutions everywhere. Do you know what happened? I find my solution in illicit drug consumption and alcohol consumption. I became a laughingstock. Everybody was jeering at me. I knew nowhere to go. The whole world became dark. But in this state, I was inspired to go back to the farm. There in the farm, I received my healing. I became strong again. I cultivated so many crops, and I raised enough income to go on for tertiary education. I studied biology, and I became a secondary school teacher. The great opportunity for me to become a full-time farmer came when I was appointed as principal in a secondary school in Boya. This school was attended by children from very poor family backgrounds whose parents could not pay their fees. And so the school was almost closing its door because of bankruptcy. To me, this did not reflect the situation of a school located on a very rich volcanic soil. And so I suggested that we could incorporate agricultural enterprises in the school setting so that we'll be able to generate income to provide relevant education to these marginalized young people. My suggestion was rejected by the proprietor because the school was having a private ownership. And so I resigned and I went back to the farm. While working in the farm, I created an organic mixed food crop and food trees enterprise that served as a training ground for secondary school dropouts and a means for finance for the project itself. In the farm, I realized that farmers could either degrade the soil or restore it. Farmers grow 95% of their food on the uppermost layer of the soil, called topsoil. Yet, this topsoil is endangered globally. In the last 150 years, almost half of the most productive part of the soil has disappeared as a result of unsustainable farm practices. If we continue to degrade the soil at the rate we are now, we could become short of the topsoil in the next 60 years. Today, 1/3 of the most farmable part of the planet's soil is degraded. 90% could become degraded by 2050. How do we produce our food without a healthy soil? We should all know that a healthy soil produces healthy food, and healthy food, healthy people. And all this make a healthy planet. In the last century, 80% of the most vital mineral of the soil has disappeared. I, personally farming for 20 years in Wututu in Boya, realized again that 9 out of 10 farmers grow their crops using chemical fertilizers and synthetic pesticides. They cut down so many trees, they till the soil, they engage more in monocultural activities, for example, tomato cultivation, thereby neglecting their staple food, neglecting their health, and also destroying the environment. Something has to change. And so, I started the initiative, Wanduswa, a movement for an organic Cameroon. In Wanduswa Organic, we envision the preservation and the restoration of the topsoil needed for all species to survive. Our all-encompassing mission is to train and equip young marginalized people with regenerative agricultural and business skills so that they become socially and ecologically responsible royal entrepreneurs. We achieve all this in our regenerative school with a curriculum of 4 acts. In Act 1, the young people have the opportunity to learn the basic sciences of the soil, its structure and texture. In Act 2, young people will have the opportunity to know how to nurse plants, grow the plants, harvest these crops in a very sustainable way. In Act 3, they will have the opportunity to learn about the basic practices of regenerative agriculture. And in Act 4, they will learn entrepreneurship. Basically, they will be able to design a business plan, launch and run the business, and make real profit. Farmers around the world cultivate so many different kinds of crops, rotate the crops in many different ways, do minimal tilling or even avoid it. Please integrate livestock, and then we'll have a very rich topsoil with billions of microorganisms living in the topsoil. Please just listen to the living topsoil. It's alive. Plants will flourish. Bees will come. They will pollinate the plants. Birds will come, singing and playing. They will pick up the seeds and plant the seeds. We have so many plants and a very rich biodiversity. This is a teaspoonful of topsoil. Imagine, in a teaspoonful of topsoil, there are billions of microorganisms, much more than the human population in the entire planet. Don't you think? Don't you all think that this is worth protecting? Thank you.
All right, we will start our Q&A with our online panelists. Lawrence, a question from you.
Thank you, Kuta. Congratulations. I like your passion, and I think I like your clarity as well. I'm very impressed by your project. The idea of high school students in Cameroon learning is very valid, and I think it has prospect. So, however, the question is introducing this project to schools. I think it will alter the curriculum. You agree with me? Do you think the government will give an approval for this? And then my last question is, it's very easy for you to pilot this project in 1 or 2 schools, okay? I'm aware that there are over 10,000 government schools, especially in Cameroon. So if the pilot phase succeeds, how do you want to scale from school 1 to school 2 to 10,000 schools in Cameroon?
Lawrence, thank you very much for your question. First of all, if I understood you well, that whether the government will approve such a curriculum or not, I would like to say that this is an initiative that is aiming to break through the system. And Cameroon, actually today, before I left, is moving towards an organic system. And this project is working in line with the National Civic Agency for Participation in Development, which is an agency recently created in Cameroon to support young people in agriculture, especially in organic agriculture. So I strongly believe that we're in line, and the government will embrace this initiative with a whole heart. On the second question, we are starting, Wanduswa is starting a vocational training sector, which is known as the Regenerative Agriculture School, which is a stand-alone agricultural school. So we aim to work with secondary school dropout especially. So it's not actually interfering with traditional schools that are ongoing, but we believe that when they will see the need and the importance, there will be a shift of interest to learn what will be more relevant to them and more relevant for our health and the planet. Thank you very much.
Over to you, Smita.
Hi, Kuta. I think, for anybody to realize their dreams, one of the first things they need is passion and conviction. And I see loads of that in you. So congratulations, you have the basics in place. But, two questions, and I'll ask you one after the other. One question that I want to ask you is, as in the previous, in fact, speakers session, one of the offline panelists pointed out that at the end of the day, organic vegetation today is still something which is expensive. And even buying organic vegetables is quite expensive. It is normally something that is looked at as a very sort of a limited section of society's capacity at the moment, even in a country like India. Not everybody can afford to go for organic options. So how do you plan to make it cost effective, not only for growing, but so that the ordinary people of Cameroon are willing to buy organic vegetables? Or are you planning to only export it and not sell it locally?
Thank you very much for this very challenging question. Yeah. Today, we are using the term regenerative agriculture as if it's a very new thing, but I'm an indigenous person, and this is the way we've been living, growing our crops organically and living in a very organic way. So buying the product, those who are in the city buying organic product is expensive for them, but for us in the village, it's our natural way of living. And I beg to differ with most of the ideas of majority of people in the world that organic agriculture is very, very expensive. I don't think so, because going natural is less expensive. All these chemical fertilizers and the rest are imported from Europe and the rest, and we use our waste of food and our waste from the farm and produce our compost manure, which is free, and we use and grow our crops, which makes again the food cheaper, and it's just a matter of consciousness. We should become more conscious of the planet, that the planet owns us, not us owning the planet. And then we will shift our mentality of how to make money. Thank you very much.
Excellent. So I think you're saying that the long-term costs, of course, is something that we need to look at. And, my second question was something I think which you've briefly touched upon in your first answer. I wanted to ask you, when you say that a culturally relevant context in terms of your plan, can you give us one specific example of that in terms of the regenerative farming that you want to do?
Please, I did not get you clearly, please.
In your biodata on the website, it says that you're hoping to, of course, look at the culturally relevant context for, of course, trying to promote this kind of farming. Can you give an example of what is a culturally relevant context in this?
We have our staple food. We have our staple food, like we have what we call andum in my language, is the country yams. We have varieties of maize and beans which are very, very indigenous. But all these seeds have been packed away with the advent of GMO seeds. So they have disappeared. One does aim to keep this, to gather all these indigenous seeds and keep them and multiply them and supply them to local farmers. That will bring back our cultural food and will make us to understand that we can live a healthier life, not only rushing behind money, which we will use to go and buy things that are not produced by us or they are put in cans.
Right.
That is good life. So that is our first, our cultural strategy of regenerating the food system.
Sounds good to me. All the best.
Thank you very much.
All right. Can we have the next question from Priya, please?
Okay, this is working. Actually, I don't have a question. I just have one input. Maybe you are already thinking of this, Kuta. First of all, your dream and your speech was very powerful and very compelling. So many congratulations.
Thank you.
On it. And, you know, I think you are really very well placed to do what you want to do because you are a farmer. You have been farming for a long time. You are also an educator. You have been a teacher and a principal, and you want to start a school. And now you are also equipped with this experience and all the skilling at Kanthari. So, you know, I can visualize that, you know, you really have the skill set to do what you want to do. What I wanted to suggest to you, maybe it is there in your detailed plan, you know, which we don't have here, is that, you know, since your goal is to have a school where marginalized students, I think you said they could be dropouts from mainstream education, that they will come, they will learn, and they will also learn business skills so that they are earning an income. And I think you say that your program is going to be 4 years long, correct? Yeah. With Act 1, 2, 3, 4. You're very clear in the curriculum. But because the program is 4 years long, and because the people also have to be found, the beneficiaries, you know, you have to recruit them to come into your school. I can't speak for Cameroon, but we know in India, for example, a lot of young people are abandoning agriculture because it is difficult and they want to go to better jobs in cities and so on. I think it is going to be really important for you to be very intentional about who your partners will be or who will be on your team, so that the other skills that are going to be necessary, finding the people, bringing them into the school, running, you know, a very efficient program, so that for 4 years you have a program, then in the second year maybe you have to recruit new people, just like here, for example, in Kanthari, and, you know, then ensuring that they become so good at what they learn that they are actually able to create income for themselves. It is a long, complex cycle. So you have your core skills. I think it will be very important for you to think about what other skills are going to be necessary for your initiative to be successful, and focus on finding the right people. Best of luck to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Srijata, a question from you.
I really don't have a question, but perhaps I would be keen to know, Kuta, you have been an educator and a principal, you have been a farmer. What do you enjoy more, farming or teaching?
Farming. Farming.
Right answer. Thank you. All the best to you. All the best to you, Kuta.
Thank you.
Kuta, before you go, there is some comment here. Absolutely. Wait. Kuta, amazing presentation on Wondosa Organic. The sound logic of your approach was complemented by the sound of your topsoil. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Kuta, for that wonderful speech and for keeping us awake with your passion. So now I want to talk or share a little bit about, again, my own batchmate, 2012. And I want to talk about Ojok Simon. So he's the founder of Hive Uganda. He's partially sighted himself. And he actually trained, empowered blind and partially sighted people through beekeeping. Actually, he's such a passionate social change maker. I remember his time together with me here in the campus. We were very close friends, but teasingly, I used to call him Uncle Ojok. And not only I called him uncle, I made everyone to call him uncle. So last year he was back here, and when I was also here, we were doing this bass course together. You know, we really had spent a long time walking, talking, and also sharing about the ups and downs of our project, and how I remember he saying that he was very happy with his life and with his project, and he wants to do more. But sadly, as many of us know, that he passed away this year. I feel very happy to tell this. It was due to heart attack. It was very unexpected, but I think with the work he has done, with many lives he has changed and touched, I'm sure that he's never forgotten, and we will miss him forever. So in his memory, we have made a tribute video. So I think it's time to watch that, actually to honor him, and of course to appreciate for what he did. So let's watch his video.
Before the war, people were living in a community with peace and harmony. War which broke out in the rural areas. One night, the rebels attacked our own village when I was a child of 13 years old. I was sleeping in the house. Then suddenly I had terrible break at the door. Then they started asking my mother, where are the boys? Where are the girls? They found me confused, standing on the bed. They said, you want to run away? You want to run away? So one of him removed his gun. They hit me at the temple of my head with the butt of the gun. I became visually impaired because of that beating. I started facing a lot of challenges. Most importantly, doing what my fellow young people would do, that is hunting for wild honey. There was one day, I was just moving near our homestead, just suddenly I found an abandoned clay pot. There was some noise was coming. Then I stopped. I said, what is this? Only to move closer and closer, I started getting stung by the bees, okay? Immediately, I got to the clay pot. I said, okay, these bees are leaving this clay pot, okay? Which means, if this clay pot is able to house the bees, we can similarly do the same thing. Look for some hollow tree or back of the tree, and we make it well and become the house for the bees, and we put it where we can become which is accessible for us. And for that stage, then I started seeing that dream. Now we started putting the hollow tree, which can still last more time than the clay pot. So in that, as a visually impaired, I was able to sell honey, make some little income, and also get so many friends.
And more than that, after his Kanthari training in 2012, Ojok Simon started Hive Uganda Limited, an organization that has trained over 300 rural blind and partially sighted persons to become beekeepers and environmentalists.
Ojok has really shown us the huge potential of beekeeping in Africa to ensure dignity and preserve the environment. We are thankful for the journey done together.
What I admired about Ojok was his enormous drive to contribute to his community and his positive attitude. I miss him as a friend, but I'm also very proud of what he and Hive Uganda has achieved so far. And I'm quite sure that what he started with will remain.
We are deeply shaken by the loss of our friend and our Kanthari alumni, Ojok Simon. Ojok's passing is not only a big loss for his family and friends, but for the world as a whole.
Okay. It's all right. Just a minute. It is an emotional period. Just 5 minutes of your time, 1 second.
Yeah, he will be missed forever. But okay, back. So yeah, a lot of things are not under our control.
True that, yeah.
But let me ask you, Nora.
Question for me?
I won't leave that, yeah? So, what would you be if you suddenly get a superpower?
A superpower? Yeah, that's easy. I would love to be invisible, you know? I would like to do a lot of mischief. You know, you're not the only person that can be mischievous, Shrishti. A lot of mischief, and also do good things like catch bad guys, save the world, etc., etc.
You mean you'll save the world even without anyone noticing it?
Isn't that what happens every day? Our next speaker will tell us more. Please welcome on stage Balagan Hari from Tamil Nadu, India.
This is the way millions of Indians start their day without care for our environment, just dumping their waste. By the way, India generates 62 million tons of waste per annum. If you fill the trash in a garbage truck and line them up, the distance would cover 8 times between Mumbai to Los Angeles. We feel that once we put our trash in a bin, it's an end story of the waste. Now, who will take care of this waste? Do you ever think about the people who are involved in to clean up the trash, working in an inhuman condition? They are rag pickers. Globally, 20 million people are working as a rag picker. In India, their number is 1.5 million to 4 million. Who are these rag pickers? And where they are coming from to clean up the trash? Most of the rag pickers are rural migrants, homeless. They belongs to the scheduled caste, considered as a bottom line of the society. The marginalized people who fail to find a better job and start rag picking from the street and the dumping site to feed their family and make a livelihood out of waste. But they get treated in a degraded manner. In India, 21% of the waste is recycled by the rag picker. But they get exploited, get abused by the local people, as well as the scrap shop owners. Let me show you something. Now see, the garbage bag. how well packed it is. You see, it filled with it's a paper, it's a banana peel, it's a used napkin. Yeah, it's interesting. The next one is whatnot. It mixed with everything. It produced leachate. A harmful chemical process happens when different materials are mixed together, which causes environmental pollution. The working condition in the dumping site causes many serious health risks for the rag picker, such as tetanus, tuberculosis, pneumonia were reported among the rag pickers. A study on infection-related mortality reveals us 38% of the women rag picker lost one child, the causes being diarrhea and viral infection. Yeah, another study at open dumping site in Mumbai shows us 80% of the rag picker having eye problem, 70% of rag picker facing respirational issues. Yes, I am not a rag picker, but I'm coming from the same communal background and grown up very close neighbor to them. Still, that particular community contribute 99% of the workforce to involve into clean up the environment. In 2013, I started my career in a higher education project. During that time, I met Pandian, a student who lost his father and his mother did rag picking. The student gets scholarship, graduated, placed in the IT sector. His life is changed. But his mother and peers still living in a vulnerable condition and continue rag picking. They are start their work 4 a.m. in the morning, withholding their baggage and walking more than 10 kilometers. Just imagine a person withholding their baggage and bending down minimum 1,000 times per day to collect recyclable waste with their bare hands from the street and the dumping site. They are not just collect the trash, they are start to live with it. The rag picker hold their things along with them more than a week. They are just sell it when they collect huge piles of waste to get better price. By this way, they are hardly work, but they are earn minimum $2 per day. And still they are living in a below poverty line. Look, that waste. It can be get addressed, value added, treated well. What about the people? They are still continuing their work without having any social and occupational benefit. Do you know the reason? They are working in the informal sector as a voiceless people. That's why I will start AIMABIC, an initiative to offer more formal employment to the rag picker. Our aim is to relieve the rag picker from the social and occupational stigma attached to them. The formal employment means the rag picker get benefits, safe occupational condition, and health insurance. We create a community network to connect the rag picker with the people. And the rag picker will be able to safely collect the trash right from their house. It reduces the waste going to reach the dumping site, which causes to environmental pollution and health risk for the rag picker. In addition to basic training and safety gears, the rag picker will continue their work with more professional identity. In the end of the day, we will collect the trash daily from the rag picker, so they don't need to hold it anymore along with them. This arrangement will help them to detach themselves from their personal and professional life. As a result of dignified employment and consistent income, the rag picker could individually be able to find their houses, to reduce their migration and support their resettlement. In the long run, they could overcome and reduce the chances to get exploited by others. On the other hand, we organize workshop on waste management to the college students and the community members. The workshop focusing on educating reduction of waste generation and practicing segregation of waste right from their house and lead it to their college and their community. Next time, before you throw unsegregated waste either on the street or in the bin, remember the following. Finally, it end up on a dumping site. It's not only damaging our environment, the health, safety, and dignity of the rag picker. The waste, it's not a waste. It's a valuable resource if you handle it in a right way. And the rag picker who turn waste into a valuable resource, they deserve dignity and respect. Thank you.
Can we have the first question from Sri Jata, please?
And Balagan. So great to see how much you have thought this through, providing voice to the voiceless. Do you think, means formalizing a profession obviously gives it dignity, not only dignity, but it brings a lot of benefits as well as government support. Do you think there is a part for the government to play to make rag picking more professional, more mainstream as a profession? And is there something you want to, is that something you want to pursue in terms of putting rag pickers as a, you know, as getting more government support for them and more government benefits for them? Or do you think it's something that individuals like yourself should continue to do? Because it's a fine balance there, isn't it?
I don't think so, actually. In the previous month, the government started Namaste, a program for the scavengers. Do you know how many people are get benefited into that? Even there is a lot of societies working for the rag picker, but most of them concentrate on collection of waste, not the empowerment of the life of the people. I want to take the initiative to empower the people more than the waste and the environment.
Next question from Priya, please.
Balagan, this is a really important, difficult topic also. I mean, you know, since we have been children, we have been seeing rag pickers. And of course, some forms of scavenging are illegal. I mean, every other day there is something in the news. I was wondering if you could spend a little bit of time, just maybe a minute or two, describing what exactly your organization will do. You know, the way I am kind of reading how you have described it in the paper, it seems to me that say a group of rag pickers will be employed by your organization or by you, and of course you will provide them training, safety, and so on. You will also do education for communities on the importance of segregating waste, which, you know, in any case needs to be enforced by the government. In the cities and states where it has become a rule or a law, it is much better than in other places. But in addition to working with the rag pickers, who will you work with? Will you kind of become an agency that is collecting waste from the communities, and you will have, you know, trained rag pickers who are doing it? If you can describe that a little bit, you know, how do you kind of visualize what your organization will do? I would find that very helpful.
Okay. The major problem is accessing the social benefits to the rag picker. The health insurance is more important for their occupational needs. To serve the needs, I want to become an employer. If I am an employer, I directly enroll them in employee state insurance corporations. It only at 12% of their income. Instead of I have to spending thousands in thousands to spend on the health sector, I just spend only 12% on their income to whole family get benefits. For that purpose, I want to be an employer, directly employ the rack pickers. The rack picker will working as a group in the field. They collect the trash from the through the community network. The trash will be collected by the end of the day by the organization. It's segregated and it's sent back to the recycling companies. The money will come back to the organization. It's distributed in a fair way to the rack picker.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And good luck to you.
Thank you.
Moving on to the online panel, can we have a question from Toby, please?
All right. Nice presentation, Balagan. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. So I like the work you do, and it's encouraging to see more people. But first off, I have a question as a follow-up to the last question. But before I go there, I would like to know the name of your organization. What was the meaning? Where did it come from? I think you missed that. And secondly, you talked about changing the narrative and trying to work against the stigma that supposed rag pickers have. And in your document, I saw that you renamed them. But throughout your speech, you've not called them any other thing other than rag picker. So I think probably you should start the change with us and try to change the name for us, right? So after you answer these questions, I would like to have a follow-up after on the last question that was asked.
Okay. I'll answer the first questions. My organization name, Aim a Big.
Yeah.
It's a conceptualization of personality. Every people have their aim. It may be small or big, but the people believes their aim is big. Most of the peoples work on it. Sometimes it's like, so many times it's not liked by others. But still you want to be work on your aim. What is the problem is, most of the peoples like their aim and take the aim which one more likable to others. But most of the people don't start love their aim. That's a problem. The Hemabik is meaning is loving in Filipino language. Hemabik, start love your aim, a big one. It's not a matter other people are like it or not. You love it, your aim. That's the meaning of Hemabik. The next question, I think it's the name of the rag picker, right? I'm Balagan. Yeah. Suppose I finish my MBBS, the people call me doctor, but still I'm Balagan. That's why I don't want to change the people. The people, profession is rag picker. The people not a rag picker. Their profession is rag picker. I want to work with their profession. That's why I don't need to change the name in some other things. That's why I'll still continue the people as a rag picker. I accept the people as a rag picker. If you have the problem to accept the people, so you have to change your mind. Accept the people, what they are, as it is.
Can we have the next question from...
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Toby. Next question from Smita, please.
Hi, first of all, thank you, of course, for thinking about a section of society that is amongst really the unheard sections. And there are very far and few organizations that are even thinking about along these lines. And I'm in the national capital, Delhi, where we hear about landfill fires every few months. Unfortunately, we report about it from the perspective of the citizens who are affected because of the smoke or the toxicity, but hardly, as a journalist also, we hardly think about the rag pickers who are dealing with that on a daily in and day out basis. And also in a capital city where people roll down the windows of their SUVs and just throw out trash on the streets. So these are harsh realities as a society. The behavioral changes are way, way tougher to come by. So yes, thank you for at least, coming through with these seeds of the thought. But just one question, when you say, I did hear you talk about that you do want to give them a health insurance component. I mean, there are schemes under the center, under state governments that are supposed to give them. I don't know if you've done a sample study of what percentage are being able to avail these schemes at all. Are they completely insufficient? Do they not help? But when you want to empower the rag pickers, I'm glad you accept them as you are, but it's definitely not a happy choice for the rag pickers. I mean, if they had a choice, I don't think any of them would want to be into rag picking. So when you look at their future, when you look at their future generations and want to empower them, how do you increase their economic sustainability? How do you economically empower them is something that I would like to ask you.
Okay. Thank you for the question. What happened today is a problem. The rag picker working as a bounded labor under the scrap shop owners, they don't have an option. Even if you go to hotel, you first ask the menu card, check the alternatives. What the people? They don't get any alternatives. So I want to start with the alternative to offer the formal employment. The other thing, the security of their income, sustainable income. Still today, the middleman earn more profit, what they are actual people working on the ground. So when I have started my organization, the middleman goes out. Only I have been working with the rag picker, it's connected to the recycling companies. The waste will be value added, send it back to the company, we get the more profit. The more profit will be distributed in a fair way. It's not only the earning of income. The standard of life is more important. They are living in a homeless people.
No, but just realistically, I mean, you cannot have a standard of life improving unless there is income generation for them, unless there is some security for them. If the rag is going in for recycling to big firms today who are doing a recycling part of it, is there some way that you could think of a payback, from that for the rag pickers in the first place? Just an idea to think about.
Yes. Thank you. I think you can use that as food for thought. Yes? All right. Thank you very much, Balagan.
Srishti means creation. I want to create an inclusive, self-sustaining and eco-friendly village for the people with intellectual disabilities. But why? I spent more than 15 years in an orphanage. It's an inclusive orphanage. In my past 15 years experience, I realized people with disability, especially people with intellectual disabilities, they don't get enough opportunity in their life. And people think they just need care and support, but I think they just need an opportunity. If you provide the opportunity, you can see their life completely changing. This is what exactly at Srishti Village we are doing. Here we are providing a life. At the Srishti Village, the people with a disability and non-disabled, they can come, live, learn, work, generate income, and lead an independent and dignified life. You can see in my background, people are working, and they're working every day, and they're enjoying their work. And we are practicing organic farming. And there is a huge demand for the organic product. And the income helps them to lead their independent life. This is what Srishti wants to achieve.
Srishti uses a combination of education, life skills training, and agriculture to support people who are faced with exclusion, neglect, and many other disadvantages that limit their effective participation in mainstream society. 27 graduates from Srishti got jobs in mainstream society and lead a valid and purposeful life. And we run a mobile therapy project in 88 villages. This includes physiotherapy, special education, parental counseling, and need-based services to children with disabilities. Currently, we are supporting 200 plus people with disabilities.
So that was Srishti village, and this is Srishti. So not a village. But yeah, but he was also from my batch. So I think a lot of nostalgic moment is happening here. Like I'm meeting my 2012 colleagues a lot here today, and it's very nice to see what they have been doing, you know, after the time we departed. And like it's very happy to see the success and the challenges we go through, of course.
All right. I think it's time we talk about our next speaker. But before that, Shrishti.
I think you have a question.
Yes, I do.
I knew that.
Yes. What would you do, or how would you feel if you were traveling and you did not know where your next destination is?
Oh, wow. I think that would need a courage, but I would do it because I don't want to miss opportunity, right?
That's true. But what if, let me give you another scenario, another, you know, leveling up. Now, if you do travel like that, what if you find your second home?
Second home.
Or even your purpose in life?
Oh, that's awesome.
All right, so let's now find out from Laurence Tremblay, who found her second home in Guatemala.
Would you like some chocolate? Please enjoy. And share also. I had a really good and sweet deal with it. For only $1.15, this includes the retail price, the factory processing, the import to India, the transport from Africa to the factory, and every logistics inside Africa, including the farmer's wage. It's quite a big sweet deal, right? Unfortunately, not for everyone. As a lot of us may know by now, the chocolate industry is also associated to child slavery, to illegal deforestation, to exploitative wages. What a lot of us don't necessarily know, it's the rich history behind chocolate, going down to Mesoamerica, to a land now known as Guatemala, where chocolate is referred as cacao in its raw form, where cacao was abundant. It was the food of the god. It was even a currency. Today, Guatemala only produces 0.35% of the global cacao production in the world. So that means that while in West Africa, we're chopping down our native forests to plant cacao trees, in Guatemala, we have chopped down the native forest with cacao trees to plant sugarcane, palm trees, rubber trees. Growing up in the countryside of Canada, there's two things I really loved. The first one, the environment, and the second one, candies. And I still remember, I would hear the tick behind me when my parents would lock me and my siblings outdoor, and we needed to make the day with the forest behind, the sea ahead. We would build tree houses. We would play hide and seek with the seals until one day we moved to the city. And when we did hear that click, this time we would be inside a small apartment. And I would consume movies, TV shows, candies, chocolate, fast food. And to be frank, I really loved it. Until I grew up a bit older. And I started hearing the first whispers of the chocolate industry, of the candy industry, that it had the harm it had on nature. And I decided to take a stand. The hardest when I started to take a stand on my consumption choices was not necessarily the craving I had for sugar, because yes, like everyone else, I have that addiction. The hardest was the loneliness I felt, the rejection. Because I still remember, come on, Laurence, don't make it easy, don't make it difficult for everyone, just be easy. Laurence, just eat whatever. Do you really think that your action can even change something? Every time it hit me straight in the heart. And still today, it still does, because I feel confused in this broken system of why is it that when someone want to do something good for their body, for the environment, for the farming communities, that this is still wrong, that you're bothering. I left Canada, and I went on a really long journey across the world. Until 3 years ago, I arrived in Guatemala. And I met 2 cacao enthusiasts. It was contagious. And at that time, I didn't know even how cacao looked like. I didn't know that chocolate was related to a tree with a small pod. And I fell in love with it. Because it was this aha moment of like, wait, something exists that is good for your health. If you process it well, cacao is a medicine. It's good for the environment. If it's grown in an agroforestry system, it can support other trees. It's good for culture, socially, if we include the local community. So, with my 2 business partners, we opened a social enterprise, and we decided during these 3 years we were able to collaborate with 5 small-scale, locally owned farms. We were able to develop 7 different Kekchikal Indigenous Women Collective, and we were able to impact the life of over 264 people. But this was still not enough, because during these 3 years, we also witnessed, when we were going to the cacao farms, kilometers of monoculture fields. So that means row after row after row after row of rubber trees. We've also met farmers that were very enthusiastic to collaborate with us and to become organic, but they couldn't afford it because there's a 3 years transition of financial loss, and they still need to bring food to the plates of their family. What personally was the hardest during these 3 years was to witness the abuse against women in rural area. So I digged a bit deeper, and I found out that Guatemala has one of the highest rate of femicide in the world. I also found out that women in Guatemala only own 7% of the land. So how can women be safe? We decided to start our not-for-profit initiative, Give Back to the Source. With Give Back to the Source, we want to close the cycle. We want to give back value to the farming communities, to women, to environment, for costs that were not unaccounted for so long. We want to do this in 3 steps. Step number 1, we want to develop an eco-artisan women's center, a refuge for women where it's safe, where they can share, they can learn, they can work together towards a sustainable future. They learn craft skills using organic yield, so then they can also support organic farmers of the nearby community, which brings us to step number 2, diversified farming culture. So when we see this rows after rows after rows of rubber trees, we can see through it cacao trees, cashew trees, mango, avocado, ginger. It's good for resilience for the local community, because that also means when the rubber market drops, farmers can go through the hardship time because they have other source of revenues. And lastly, we want to do international advocacy, because all of this is very nice. But first, we need to include all of us, the consumers, to take responsibility of the true cost of growing food, but also the business to take responsibility of the unaccounted cost of growing food, such as environmental exploitation, exploitative wages. By the way, did you want some more chocolate? Don't worry. This chocolate is part of our solution. Inside this chocolate, it's organic cacao, fair trade cacao. That means that the farmers have been paid 3 times more than the average market price. My favorite part in this chocolate is that every ingredient in it can grow in the same 100 meters square as the cacao itself. So there's the cacao tree, there's the cashew, the chili, the ginger, And the sweet part about this chocolate, it's that it's been sweetened by local honey, and we can train indigenous women to harvest that honey. Let me tell you, eating chocolate, it's not bad. But be aware, when consuming it, that you know the source, the environment, the farming communities, that they have been well respected. Thank you.
Let us start our Q&A session with a question from Priya, please.
I'm still enjoying the chocolate. I need some time to ask my question. If Srijata is ready, she can ask.
So I think Lars, thank you for thinking through this so well, right from, the end product to growing the ingredients. I think you've thought this through. As I was listening to you, your vision is of course very lofty, as it should be, and the fact that you're going to give back 3 times to the farmer, that caught my ears, and I really applaud that. I think you will need a lot of experts, I presume, and you're thinking that you will need experts on farming, because a big part of this is get to the source, get to organic, right farming, build the right combination of products, to designing a product, a chocolate, and then marketing it, etc. So you've the whole value chain is part of your vision. So how are you thinking you will build that organization to have those capacities? I know you said that you have some partners, so if you could explain to us, how will you have all of that capabilities to really deliver to this vision, which is fantastic.
So during the last 3 years, we were able to create partnerships all around Guatemala. So when it comes to farming, so far we've partnered already with Regenera, which is a social enterprise of regenerative initiatives for the land that are doing amazing job in Guatemala. And also Contour Line, which is another NGO that works with agroforestry, and we were able to collaborate together. So when it comes to expert, there's really amazing talent and knowledge in Guatemala already there. Sometimes what's missing is just a connection, because in the rural area, it's like a spider web, like it's so far out there. So it's not necessarily that there's no work being done, it's just that some communities are left out still. So we want to make sure that we work with these communities, especially the one around the region of monoculture, because right now Guatemala is going through hardship with climate change, and it's becoming urgent to actually regenerate the soil and work towards sustainable practice. And then when it comes to marketing, so that's it with our social enterprise. We've been doing it for 3 years and it's working well. But what we want is to bring that knowledge in the hands of the indigenous and local communities. So we want to see indigenous women taking the lead at this level, where they create a product, but they also know how to bring it out to the world, also to the local community. Like not necessarily globally, but how can we bring this into the local market also? And with this, we have a curriculum of 5 stages. And at the last stage is about the entrepreneurship and how to bring this to the world. We have other experts in different fields, but every fields have their own experts, and it's all about collaboration and networking that we do with Give Back to the Source to ensure we include everyone.
Can we go back to Priya now?
Yes, I'm ready. And the reason I wanted to take some time just to explain is because, as Srijata said, I think it's very clear to see the importance and the value of what you want to do. But because there are so many connected pieces, it is also a lot of work. Needless to say, your work is already in progress. So that is a great thing. You have a starting point because you have been working on this. for 3 years. What I wanted to ask, and maybe it is 2 questions, but feel free to answer, any one, is that, over the last several years, chocolate has kind of become a part of everyday life. Meaning, even if you're not eating chocolate every day, homes have chocolates at home. It's not how it was when we were growing up. It was quite rare. So while everybody is eating some kind of chocolate or has access to it, very few people understand all the issues that you were talking about in the beginning, which is how much exploitation there is in chocolate, in big chocolate in particular, as you know well. I was curious about whether, even as you work with the indigenous communities, with a focus on women in particular, which all makes very good sense, have you thought about, what role can be played in raising consumer awareness? Because what we know of the chocolate industry is that the reason why the exploitation is continuing is because the demand for chocolate is growing continuously. As people become more prosperous, they want to eat chocolate basically and other things. Has there been any thinking about that? Is there a place for it in all the work that you have already decided to do?
So there's 2 levels into that. The first one is in Guatemala. It was also the first place it was domesticated. So actually the knowledge of chocolate and what I was sharing, the indigenous knows. Like the people still connected with the ancestral roots understand the value of cacao as a medicine. And this is also something that we can bring more into the world, as cacao is a superfood. It's one of the most incredible health, supporter for us to consume. And I think the moment where this spreads more, in order to have it as a superfood, the processing is important. Also, if you use it in more the health aspect, the way it's been grown is important. And then when this right now, there's a movement. It's getting bigger, and we want to support it. So at the moment we see it as a medicine, we also change our way of relating to it, and it changed also our way of accepting the exploitation happening behind it. And then the chocolate industry itself, that's why we want to do the international advocacy. So for us, it's important that people start paying the true cost of growing food. And there's lots of, debates around it, because that also means your food costs more. And that's a problem. And we need to acknowledge it. But without that first step, the farmers, it's what will, the farmers are right now in really huge challenges, especially the one using chemicals, because the inputs become more expensive than the outputs, especially with climate change, because when there's huge disaster, they lose all their yields, which is every year it's getting worse. So we right now need to take care of our farmer. And then maybe if when we understand the value of medicine, of food, we can also consume less of it and better quality of it. So at the end, the price as a consumer remains similar. At least it's more accessible to take that information and to move towards that path, is eat less, better quality.
Yeah, or it's better chocolate. I mean, other than the fact that it is medicinal, it is better chocolate as well. But I understand. Thank you, Lawrence.
Okay, let's get some questions from the online panel. Over to you, Smita.
Hi, Lawrence.
Hi.
I'm feeling very left out and missing out on that cacao chocolate that the offline panelists are talking about. Paul will have to ensure it's couriered out to New Delhi, please. But I just want to, congratulations on the entire project that you've thought about and the work you're doing. I just have 2 questions. One, of course, you say that you want to bring in 20 plus indigenous women. Just for my understanding, are women actually driving the decisions and the changes in the farming community in Guatemala, that you want them and not a mixed sort of farming group, including men? And B, what do you visualize as the biggest sort of financial stumbling block for you in this project?
So if I understand well the first question, right now in Guatemala, the indigenous women, and at least in the village where I'm going to start, they're not necessarily active in the economy of their community. And that was why when we look at poverty alleviation and and taking action against the challenges, imagine if we're lefting out half of the community. How can we really go full on to answer that challenge? So that's why the first action we wanted to bring and include Indigenous women as part of the solution, especially that they're the caretaker of the natural resources. So it's not necessarily, we want to have their input in the next solution. So we see the step 2. So when we include women, and then we see when we move to step 2, the women are leading, you know, because they're the one who's going to be in contact with the costumers. So we want them to lead and be like, actually, you know, the bamboo craft that we're doing, the local schools want more and they need it. So maybe we need to plant more bamboo in the agroforestry. So we see them as leaders of the sustainable movement. And then for the biggest barrier, what we see is financially. So the first 2 trainings are already funded thanks to some a foundation and to a crowdfunding. But our vision for this next year is to build an eco-artisan women's center. So a bamboo build, self-sustaining, so with solar panel and with a gray system and a water caption. And this will be our next challenge to take on with Give Back to the Source. And we believe just having a space where women can gather, so they can leave the home and then they can work together, and then they can choose to go back home and you know, continue the life. But just having these 2 spaces for us is very important. So this is our next challenge, but we're gonna keep writing proposals and involving cacao enterprise, you know, that wants to do good and give back. So we want to really involve the community around cacao in this project.
Excellent. All the very best. And you know, it's good to see you as a climate practitioner yourself, somebody walking the talk and not just talking about it. All the best.
Thank you.
Can we have the next question from Toby, please?
Hi, Lawrence.
Hi.
Very, very wonderful projects you have, and I'm encouraged. And the other panelist that just left, his name is Lawrence too, and he's working with cocoa too. So I think the next person working on cocoa has to be Lawrence too. Nice projects you have. I just have I have a lot of questions, but I'll keep it down to one, because at the beginning of your speech, you mentioned the fact that the population of cacao, like you call it, has reduced, right? And you talked about the fact that it needs to go back up and it needs to give the farmers a living. So how do you plan to achieve that? And you talked about having a food forest. And in your solution, I see that the light in that part of your solution is a little bit dimmed with the bamboo training, the skills empowerment. So I want you to give me a little bit of a highlight on what your food forest training is and what does food forest actually mean to you and your organization.
Amazing. So we want to work, we believe cacao can be a crop that is catalyst for change. But when we speak about cacao, we speak about an agroforestry. So if we would only do skill training about cacao, that's pretty much also a mono way of addressing the solution. So this is why we're spreading the trainings to every crop we can imagine with the cacao forest growing together. So in the food forest, what we see is having, let's say, yes, we have the cacao trees, but we can also have the cashew tree, we can have the vanilla, we can have the ginger, the turmeric, the cardamom throughout it. In the contour line of the farm, bamboo is an amazing boundary, it's an amazing farm contour line and then it's a way to use, the space to generate more income and streams. And then we also see beekeeping, because not only it's sweet with cacao, but it's also really nice to have bees around if it's managed sustainably. So if we take well care of the bees and we ensure also the sustainability of the project. So we see a variety of streams of training. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that brings us to the end of day 1. We have heard 8 amazing speeches today, and we cannot wait for what our remaining 8 speakers have in store for us.
Yes, and we would like to take this time to really thank you for our panels, like present here and also present online, for your valuable time and critical questions. Thank you for all the audience watching us live through our live streaming channel, and also dear audience present here. And also thanks for the great speakers today, and all the best for the speakers tomorrow. So we see you tomorrow, but what time, Nora?
9 a.m. Indian Standard Time.
See you. Bye.
Bye.